Hello there, welcome to Nighttime Stories. I hope you've had a wonderful day. Now it's time to unwind. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. Before you get cozy, I'd love for you to like this video and subscribe. It helps bring more bedtime stories your way. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and let's begin. We had been in the house for about 2 months when things started to feel off. At first, it was just small stuff, oddly misplaced items. A glass in the kitchen that I could have sworn I put in the dishwasher, but was suddenly on the counter. Clara, my wife, didn't think much of it at first either. She brushed it off, blamed it on the kids, or us just getting used to a new house. The kids, Max and Sophie were always leaving things around. It made sense. But after a while, things kept happening. One morning I noticed that the bread in the pantry was almost gone, half a loaf missing, and I distinctly remembered there being a full loaf the night before. That wasn't the kids. They were too small to reach the top shelf where we kept the food. Clara and I couldn't figure it out, so we just let it slide, too tired from the move and settling in to dig into something that seemed too minor to worry about. Then there was the clothing. Max's jacket disappeared, then Sophie's favorite sweater. I thought maybe it was just a result of the kids throwing things around the house, but then things started happening more regularly. Max's action figures would be found in places they weren't left, like the living room chair, when he always played in his room. At first, I thought maybe I was just being forgetful, but Clara was starting to notice it too. She even asked me if I had been moving things around, jokingly accusing me of a little late-night cleaning. I told her I hadn't touched anything, and we laughed it off, though the tension was starting to build up between us. We were both uneasy, but neither of us wanted to admit it. The breaking point came one night after the kids had gone to bed. Clara and I were sitting in the living room, talking, when we both heard it scratching. Faint at first, but then louder, like something was digging at the floorboards beneath us. It wasn't the house settling. It wasn't the wind either. The sound was too rhythmic, too deliberate. I stood up, trying to make sense of it. Clara looked at me, wide-eyed, her expression already filled with that familiar unease. What was that? I don't know, I said, shaking my head. Maybe it's just the house settling. But I wasn't sure anymore. The more I stood there, the more I realized it wasn't just a settling sound. There was something deliberate about it, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Then came the hiss, a sharp, unnatural sound that followed the scratching. It wasn't like a normal noise like wind blowing or the creak of old wood. It felt more alive, like something breathing, but not human. I froze. Clara stood up too, her face pale. I could see the tension in her eyes, the fear creeping in as she watched me. "Do you think it's someone?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper. "I'm going to check the basement," I said, more to reassure myself than her. "Stay here. Lock the doors." The basement was the source of the noise. The old part of the house, the one that had originally been a root cellar before it had been expanded into living space, always made me uneasy. The old stone walls were cold, and the exposed beams didn't help with the feeling that the place wasn't quite as secure as it should have been. I grabbed a flashlight from the drawer, checking it quickly before heading for the basement door. Clara called out behind me, but I didn't stop. I didn't want to admit it, but I needed to check. My gut was telling me something wasn't right. The stairs creaked beneath my feet as I descended, the air growing colder with each step. I swung the flashlight around the basement, shining it over the clutter boxes of old things, broken furniture, an assortment of junk that had accumulated over the years. But nothing seemed out of place, at least not at first glance. I was just about to turn back when I saw it. A small trap door, partially obscured by old planks of wood, was visible under the far corner of the basement. I had never seen it before. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately knelt down, moving the planks aside. The trapdoor was old, rusted, and appeared to have been undisturbed for a long time. I hesitated, shining my flashlight into the small crack where the door met the ground. It was completely still, no sounds. I almost walked away, thinking maybe I had imagined it, but then I heard it again, a soft scratching, coming from beneath the floor. My stomach tightened as I crouched down, lifting the trapdoor slowly. There was a narrow staircase leading downward, but the air coming from it was thick, stale, and damp. I couldn't see much, just darkness. I thought about calling the police, but I didn't want to overreact. It didn't feel like a break-in, no signs of forced entry. No broken windows or doors. But something wasn't right, and the curiosity got the better of me. I needed to know what was down there. I grabbed a crowbar from a pile of tools and pried the trapdoor all the way open. My flashlight illuminated the narrow, dirt-filled tunnel beneath. It was about 4 feet wide, with rough stone walls on either side, and the air was thick with the smell of mildew. There were faint scratch marks on the walls, almost like something or someone had been crawling through the narrow space for a long time. I hesitated for a moment, considering going back upstairs to get Clara, but I didn't. I had to know. So I crawled in, the flashlight in front of me, its beam cutting through the darkness. The tunnel went on for what felt like miles. Each step I took echoed, the sound too loud in the silence, my breath getting heavier as I moved deeper into the earth beneath the house. The scratching sound followed me, always faint, always in the background, but never quite gone. Eventually, the tunnel opened up into a small, locked room. The walls were covered in grime and dust, but the thing that caught my eye was the stack of old photographs pinned to the wall. I stepped closer, confused, my flashlight bouncing over them as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. They were pictures of my family, Clara, Max, Sophie. Me only these photos weren't taken by any of us. I didn't recognize some of them, and yet they all felt strangely familiar. The room was too cold, too silent. The hairs on my neck stood up as I realized the horrifying truth: someone had been in our house, living beneath it, watching us, moving through the tunnels. I stumbled back, my head spinning. The photos, the marks on the walls, it was all becoming clear. Someone had been here long before we moved in. Someone had been living under us. The horror wasn't just the house, it was who had been watching us from below. I ran out of the room, scrambling back through the tunnel, my mind racing with questions that I couldn't answer. As I emerged from the trap door and back into the basement, I had no idea what to do next. Who had been down there? How long had they been watching us? And why had they chosen us? I knew I couldn't ignore this. Not anymore. The noise that had first drawn me into the basement had stopped when I emerged, but the silence felt just as suffocating. I stood in the middle of the basement, staring at the trap door and the passage I had just crawled through. My mind was spinning. It didn't make sense. The room under the house, the photos, the marks on the walls, all of it told me something I wasn't ready to believe. Someone had been living down there, in the dark, in the earth beneath my feet, watching my family without our knowledge. The thought alone made my skin crawl, and the unease that had been building since we moved in now felt like something much worse. I was shaking as I stood there, caught between disbelief and fear. My mind kept racing over the images, the photos of my family in that underground room, faces I didn't recognize but somehow knew. How long had someone been here, watching us without us ever knowing? The question hung in the air, and the weight of it made my legs weak. I had to tell Clara, but how could I explain any of it? She would think I was losing it, or worse, that I was imagining things. But deep down, I knew that whatever had been happening, whatever had been watching us, was real. I grabbed my phone, my hand still trembling as I dialed Clara's number. The ringing tone echoed through the house, but it felt distant, like I was calling from another world. After what felt like an eternity, Clara answered, her voice calm but tired. "Dan, what's going on? Are you all right?" "I'm not okay," I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. "Clara, you need to listen to me. Something's wrong with this house. Someone's been living under it. There are tunnels under the floor, and they've been watching us." Clara was silent for a moment, and I could hear the hesitation in her voice when she finally spoke. "What do you mean? Watching us? Dan, you're scaring me." "I'm not making this up," I said, my voice rising now with desperation. "I found a room down there under the house. There were photos of us. Photos we never took, Clara. Someone has been living down there, hiding, watching us. I don't know how long it's been going on, but it's real. We're not alone." There was another long pause before Clara finally spoke again, her voice shakier now. "Are you sure? Are you sure it's not just a prank? Some kind of joke?" "I'm sure," I said, feeling the cold weight of the truth pressing down on me. "Clara, I'm not imagining things. I don't know how to explain it, but it's real. I need you to come down here. We need to figure out what's going on." "Okay," Clara said softly. "I'll be there soon. Just stay there. I'm coming." I hung up the phone, the weight of her words hanging in the air. But I couldn't just wait. I couldn't just stand there in the basement, waiting for Clara to show up. Something was wrong. and I needed answers. I needed to understand what had been happening in this house, what had been lurking beneath us all this time. I stepped out of the basement and into the kitchen, my eyes scanning the empty rooms. Everything looked normal, but that feeling, the one I couldn't shake, the one that had settled into my gut, was still there. The house was too quiet now, too still. It was as if the walls were waiting for something, as if it knew we were starting to uncover its secrets. I grabbed my jacket and pulled it on as I made my way toward the front door. I had to get out. I needed to breathe, to think, to clear my head. But as I reached for the door handle, I heard something from the back of the house. A soft, scraping sound. My heart skipped a beat. I froze in place, my hand still on the doorknob. The sound was coming from the living room, faint at first, but growing louder, more deliberate. The same scratching I had heard in the basement earlier. I turned slowly, my breath shallow, my mind racing as I strained to listen. The noise was unmistakable now. It was coming from the walls. I moved quietly toward the living room, my feet heavy with every step. The room was dim, the only light coming from the windows, but everything seemed perfectly still. The furniture was where it always was, the books on the shelves untouched. But as I stood there, listening to the sound, I realized it wasn't just the walls, it was the floorboards. The sound was coming from beneath them. I looked around the room, my gaze landing on the spot where the floorboards seemed slightly askew, the same place where I had heard the noise before. The thought of it made my stomach turn, but I couldn't ignore it anymore. Something or someone was down there. I had to know what it was. I kneeled down and pressed my ear against the floor, listening. The scratching noise was louder now, more frantic, as if whatever it was had noticed me listening. I swallowed hard, my mind racing. There was no way this could be real. No way something could be down there hiding under the house in the walls. But everything pointed to it. The noise, the photos, the marks on the walls. I got to my feet and grabbed the crowbar from the basement, my hands shaking as I pried at the floorboards. The wood creaked, resisting at first, but then it gave way with a loud crack. I stepped back, taking a deep breath. Whatever was under there had been waiting. It wasn't just a trick of the house settling. This was something else, something alive. The hole I had made was just big enough to fit my hand through, but when I reached in, my fingers brushed against something that felt cold and smooth, something that didn't belong. I pulled back, my heart racing. It felt like I had just touched the edge of a nightmare. I grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen and shone it down into the hole. The light revealed the darkness beneath, the small space filled with dirt and dust. But there, in the corner, were more marked scratches, deep gouges in the earth, as if something had been crawling through the dirt, leaving its mark. I shuddered, backing away from the hole, but then I heard something. A movement, a soft rustling sound, almost imperceptible. I stopped, my body tensing. It was coming from the hole. And then I saw it, a hand, a pale, bony hand, reaching up from the darkness below. I couldn't move. My heart pounded in my chest, the air thick with tension as I stared at the hand emerging from the darkness below. It wasn't human, not entirely. The fingers were too long, too thin, with nails that seemed unnaturally sharp. They moved slowly, deliberately, as if testing the air, searching for something or someone. I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin, my breath caught in my throat. My body was frozen, every instinct screaming at me to run, to get as far away from this house as possible, but my legs wouldn't obey. The hand stretched further from the hole, dragging itself through the dirt. It was a pale, sickly color, as if it hadn't seen the light of day in years. I could feel its presence, the creeping dread that filled the room, its weight pressing down on me like a physical force. I wanted to scream, to shout, but the sound died in my throat. All I could do was watch in horror as the hand continued to emerge from the darkness, followed by a strange, soft rustling, like something was moving underneath the floor. I stepped back, my pulse quickening, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. This wasn't possible. It couldn't be real. It was a nightmare. But the longer I stood there, the more it felt like the nightmare was becoming my reality. I heard a low, hissing sound, the same one I had heard in the basement earlier, that had made my skin crawl. The sound seemed to come from the hole, like the thing, whatever it was breathing through the floor, moving closer, getting ready to pull itself free. Without thinking, I backed away even further, my hands reaching for the phone in my pocket. I needed to call the police. I needed help. This wasn't just some strange, unsettling house. This was something else. This was real, and it was coming for me. But as I fumbled with the phone, I realized something terrifying. There was no signal. The room felt smaller, the walls pressing in on me as panic surged through my chest. I was completely alone. I wasn't sure who or what had been living in the house, but I knew one thing: whoever or whatever it was, it had been waiting for me, waiting for us. I could hear it now, the sound of something moving in the walls, shifting, scraping. It was closing in, getting closer. My mind raced as I scrambled to think of a way out. But the more I looked around, the more it felt like the house itself had become a trap. There were no easy exits. The windows were shut, the doors locked, and I couldn't risk going outside. Who knew if that thing was already out there, waiting for me? I needed to think. I had to find a way to stop this, to protect my family. My hand reached for the crowbar again, the metal cold in my grip, and I turned back toward the hole in the floor. I wasn't sure what I was doing, but I couldn't stand there and wait for whatever that thing was to come out. I couldn't let it reach Clara and the kids. I had to act. I had no choice. The hand was halfway out of the hole now. It was pulling itself upward with unnatural speed, dragging its body behind it, a long, twisted figure emerging from the darkness. The scratching was louder now, like something scraping against stone, and I could hear breathing raspy, labored, like something struggling to take air. I raised the crowbar, my hands trembling, and I swung it toward the hole. But before it could make contact, A terrible screech echoed through the room, a sound that made my blood run cold. It wasn't human. It wasn't anything I could even begin to describe. The hand recoiled, pulling itself back into the hole with alarming speed, and the screeching stopped as suddenly as it had begun. My breath came in short, shallow bursts as I stood there, the crowbar still raised, unsure of what had just happened. For a moment, there was only silence, the kind of silence that felt suffocating, like the world was holding its breath. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if I should try to force my way through the floor or run upstairs to grab Clara and the kids. But the fear gnawing at me told me that the more I stayed here, the more I waited, the worse it would get. I needed to get out. I had to get out. Just as I was about to turn toward the stairs, I heard a voice, a whisper, faint but unmistakable. It came from below, from the hole, and it sent chills down my spine. It's too late. I stopped dead in my tracks. The words were barely audible, but they were clear enough. A chill ran through me as the voice continued, almost mocking. You should have left when you had the chance. My heart pounded in my chest as I slowly turned back toward the hole, the flashlight flickering in my hand. The air grew colder, thicker, and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread washing over me. I wasn't alone, and whatever was in that hole, whatever had been waiting for me, it wasn't finished yet. I backed away from the hole, my mind reeling. I needed to think. I needed to get out, to call the authorities, to get help, but I couldn't leave. Not while Clara and the kids were still upstairs. And there was something else. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Not just by the thing in the hole, but by something else. Something in the house. The walls, the floors, the very air felt alive, as if the house itself was watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike. I turned toward the stairs, feeling a knot tighten in my stomach. The scratching noise had stopped, but I knew it wasn't over. I had no idea what I was dealing with, but I knew one thing for sure. Whatever had been living under this house, whatever had been waiting in the shadows, it wasn't going to stop until it got what it wanted. And I was terrified that what it wanted was us. I climbed the stairs quickly, the tension in my limbs making each step feel like it could be my last. The house seemed quieter now, but the silence only made the fear that much more intense. I reached the top of the stairs and started down the hallway toward the kids' room. The closer I got, the more I felt the weight of the house pressing down on me. Something was wrong. I could feel it in my bones. The door to the kids' room was ajar, the light from the hallway spilling in. I pushed it open slowly, my heart in my throat, and looked inside. Max and Sophie were asleep, both curled up in their beds. They looked peaceful, unaware of the horror unfolding beneath their feet. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them too. I moved toward the door, and just as I reached for the handle, I heard it, a soft sound, a whisper, again. You should have left. The whisper echoed in my head long after I heard it, its words repeating like a mantra that wouldn't leave me alone. You should have left. I felt the air grow heavier, thicker, as if the house itself was pressing in, waiting for me to react. I stood frozen in the doorway of the kids' room, watching them sleep, watching the soft rise and fall of their chests. For a moment, I considered just picking them up, grabbing Clara and running, leaving everything behind. But where could we go? How far would we get before the thing beneath the house caught up with us? I closed the door quietly, trying not to wake them, and then I turned, facing the hallway. The silence in the house was suffocating, pressing down on me. It felt wrong, unnatural. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched from every corner, that the house was watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. The whispers had stopped, but that didn't mean I was safe. If anything, it only meant that whatever was lurking in the darkness was patient. It would wait, but I couldn't. I had to act. I had no idea how long Clara would be, and every second felt like a wasted one. I headed downstairs, my footsteps careful but urgent, as I thought about my next move. My mind was running in circles. I needed to confront whatever was beneath us. I needed to understand why this was happening, but I didn't have a plan. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. I hadn't even been able to make sense of the photos, the marks in the tunnel, the horrible truth that someone or something had been living underneath our house. Why hadn't we noticed? How had we not seen the signs? I reached the kitchen and then paused, taking in the quiet. It was too quiet. The house felt dead now, the kind of stillness that only comes when something's waiting for you to slip up. My breath caught as I realized I hadn't checked the windows yet. I hadn't looked outside to see if there was anyone there. What if someone was watching from outside? What if they had been waiting for me to make a mistake, to open the door, to reveal just how vulnerable we were? I walked over to the window and peered through the blinds. The street outside was dark, the faint glow of a street lamp casting long shadows across the front yard. I couldn't see anyone. But then again, maybe that was the point. Whoever or whatever had been watching us didn't need to be in plain sight. They could be hiding in the dark, waiting for me to get too close. I shook my head, pushing the thoughts away. I couldn't focus on the outside right now. I needed to focus on what was inside. The basement, the tunnel, the things I'd seen down there. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but I had to go back. I had to find out what was going on, what was happening beneath the house, before it was too late. I grabbed the crowbar again, my fingers tight around the handle. The basement door seemed to loom ahead of me, as if it had taken on a life of its own. It felt like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, unsure of what awaited me on the other side. My heart was beating faster, each pulse a reminder that I was in way over my head. But I couldn't turn back now. The things in the tunnel, whatever they were, had been watching us for too long. I had to face it. With a deep breath, I opened the door and descended into the basement once again. The musty air hit me the moment I stepped onto the stairs, but this time it was colder than before. The smell of earth and decay filled my lungs, and I felt that same heaviness pressing down on me. Something was wrong. I wasn't sure if it was the house itself or the thing that had been lurking beneath, but I felt it in my bones. It wasn't just the air, it was the very foundation of this place. I stood in the center of the basement trying to steady myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being drawn back to the trap door. My eyes drifted to the far corner where it still lay open, a dark gash in the floor. The tunnel below beckoned like some kind of ancient wound that had never fully healed. I moved toward it slowly, the crowbar in my hand feeling heavier with each step. The tunnel looked even more foreboding than before. The darkness below seemed to pulse, as if there was something alive down there waiting for me. I hesitated, wondering if I should go back up, wait for Clara to get home. But I couldn't. I had to know. I had to finish this, even if it meant going deeper into the nightmare. I crouched down, my hand shaking as I grabbed the edge of the trapdoor and pried it open wider. The tunnel stretched out before me, the walls damp and uneven, the dirt floor rough and uneven beneath my feet. I could see the faintest trace of something moving deeper in the tunnel, something that didn't belong, something that made my stomach twist in fear. There were marks on the walls again, dark, smudged lines that seemed to go deeper into the earth. I didn't know what had left them, but I didn't want to find out. The thought of crawling back into that dark space, following the trail, made my skin crawl, but I knew I had no choice. If I didn't go in, if I didn't find out what had been hiding in the walls, there was no telling what would happen next. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the tunnel. The air was thick with the scent of mildew, and I had to fight the urge to cough as I crawled forward. The flashlight beam flickered and bounced off the walls, casting long, wavering shadows. My mind was racing as I moved deeper, my thoughts scattered. I couldn't stop thinking about the photos I had seen earlier, those pictures of my family, taken without our knowledge. How long had that thing been living down here? How long had it been watching us? I moved further into the tunnel, the walls narrowing as I crawled, my body scraping against the rough surface. I could feel my pulse quickening, the sound of my heartbeat thumping in my ears. The scratching sound from before started again, faint at first, but it grew louder as I pressed forward. I wasn't alone in this tunnel. I could hear it, someone, moving just ahead of me. Then the tunnel opened up, and I found myself in a small room, smaller than the one beneath the house, but it was enough. The room was cold, the air stale, and the walls were covered in more photos, more images of my family, some of them older, some newer, but all of them taken without our consent. They were pinned to the walls, scattered across the floor, and in the center of the room there was a small locked box. The box was old, covered in dust, but it was unmistakable it had been here for a long time. I approached it slowly, my hands trembling as I knelt down in front of it. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to find, but part of me feared that opening it would bring everything I had feared into the light. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. My hands shook as I reached for the lock. The lock on the small box was rusted and old, but it gave way easily enough as I twisted the metal. A soft click resonated through the silence of the room. My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic rhythm that echoed in my ears. I didn't know what I was expecting, but I knew whatever it was It wasn't going to be good. The fear that had been gnawing at me since I first stepped into this house now gripped me in full force, tightening its hold with each passing second. I lifted the lid of the box slowly, the creak of the hinges louder than I'd anticipated. Inside, there was a small stack of papers, old, yellowed, and fragile. I hesitated for a moment, my fingers trembling as I reached for them. These weren't ordinary papers. They felt significant. Each one was covered with strange markings, symbols I didn't recognize. My mind spun, trying to make sense of them, but nothing came to me. I couldn't decipher any of it. The first sheet I picked up had a photograph clipped to it, an old black and white image of a house that looked remarkably similar to the one I was standing in. The house in the photo was surrounded by trees, much like the one outside, but there was something off about it. It seemed distant, like it was trapped in time. I felt an unsettling jolt in my gut, and I dropped the photo, backing away from it like it might burn me. I turned the page, my hands moving instinctively, desperate to uncover whatever lay hidden within these papers. Each one was filled with more strange symbols, more photographs of what seemed like the same house, but through different periods, and scattered among them were more images of families. My family. The photos weren't taken by us, but the faces were undeniably ours. My wife, my kids, me. There were even pictures of us from times I didn't remember, at places I didn't recognize, all laid out in meticulous order. A wave of nausea hit me. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. I staggered back, almost tripping over the pile of dust and debris that cluttered the floor of the room. I had to stop. This was too much. My mind couldn't process it. These weren't just photos. They were memories I never had, moments I hadn't lived. The more I looked at them, the more I realized that something had been watching us for much longer than I realized. Someone had been documenting our lives, every step we took, every move we made. The air in the room seemed to grow colder as I turned the final page, my eyes locked on the words scrawled at the bottom. The handwriting was messy, frantic, almost illegible, but I could make out a few phrases. They can't leave. It's been waiting. The walls are listening. My pulse raced. It felt like the walls were closing in around me. A strange, overwhelming feeling of dread pressed against my chest, suffocating me. I dropped the papers, scattering them across the cold floor as I scrambled to my feet, my body shaking with the realization that whatever was happening, whatever had been living under our house, had been there for far longer than I could have imagined. It wasn't just a physical presence. It was something deeper, something connected to the very fabric of this place. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't. My family needed to leave. The thought of them in that house, unaware of what had been lurking beneath, made my stomach churn. But then, another thought crossed my mind, something darker, something that made my heart skip a beat. What if they already knew? I had to find Clara. I had to make sure she and the kids were okay. I stumbled backward, my legs shaking as I turned toward the tunnel's entrance. The darkness beyond felt like it was swallowing me, but I couldn't go back up yet, not until I understood what was happening. I reached for the flashlight, its beam flickering uncertainly in my hands, casting erratic shadows against the walls of the tunnel. The closer I got to the trapdoor, the more I felt that presence again, the sensation that I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. It was as if the house itself was breathing, watching, waiting for me to make a mistake. I grabbed the crowbar, still lying on the floor, and walked toward the stairs, my footsteps muffled in the silence. I didn't know what I was expecting when I reached the top of the basement stairs, but I didn't get the chance to think about it. The moment I reached the top, I heard a noise, a sound that made my heart stop. The door upstairs creaked. I froze, every muscle in my body tensed. It was too quiet, too still. I slowly turned, my breath shallow as I listened, trying to make sense of the sound. The noise came again, faint. A subtle creak, like the door to the kids' room opening. I felt an icy grip settle in the pit of my stomach. I knew Clara hadn't come down. I knew it wasn't her. I moved cautiously toward the stairs that led up to the living room, the creak of the floorboards beneath my feet deafening in the quiet. The house felt alive with the weight of its secrets, its history of watching. Every step I took felt like I was being pulled deeper into something I couldn't escape, something that had been waiting for this moment. I reached the landing at the top of the stairs, and as I peered into the living room, the light flickered. The small lamp near the sofa blinked once, twice, before going out entirely. I stood motionless, the silence around me thick and suffocating. The house seemed to hold its breath. Then I heard it. A soft whisper, so faint, so distant, but unmistakable. You should have left. I spun toward the sound, my body on high alert. I was sure I wasn't imagining it. That voice, it was the same voice I'd heard before, the one that had been whispering in the dark corners of the house. I felt my body stiffen. I knew that voice wasn't coming from the walls or the floor. It was coming from somewhere in the room. I stepped forward, heart hammering in my chest, the flashlight shaking in my hands. And there she was. Clara stood in the middle of the living room, staring at me with that same vacant expression I'd seen when she was down in the basement. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, and her lips were barely moving as she whispered again, her voice almost a hiss. It's too late. I felt the world tilt beneath me. This wasn't Clara. It couldn't be. But there she was, standing in front of me, and something inside me knew with a terrible certainty that whatever had taken her had taken everything from me. It was already too late. I backed away slowly, my mind racing, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from her face. There was something not right about her, something too still, too empty. I reached out, my voice barely more than a whisper as I spoke her name. Clara? She didn't answer. And then the house made its move. I didn't know how much time had passed since I saw Clara standing in the middle of the room. It could have been seconds. It could have been minutes. The room was still, so still that it felt like the world outside had vanished entirely. I could hear my heart thumping in my ears, each beat echoing through the silence. My body was frozen, every nerve screaming at me to run, to get out, but my legs wouldn't move. Not yet. I had to figure this out. I couldn't explain it. The person thing standing in front of me looked like Clara. She was Clara, in a way, but not the Clara I knew. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, but there was something empty in them, something that wasn't her. It was as though whatever was inside her had hollowed her out and was using her body as a vessel. Her lips parted slightly, the whispering continuing, but this time it wasn't directed at me. It was like she was speaking to herself, or to something in the room that I couldn't see. "It's too late. They won't leave. They never leave." I felt a cold shiver crawl down my spine. The words made no sense, but the weight of them hit me hard. They won't leave. The walls, the thing in the tunnels, the house itself. Was this part of whatever had been living under us? Part of whatever had been waiting for us? The fear that had been gnawing at my gut for days now seemed to solidify, pulling me into a suffocating grip. I couldn't stand there, staring at her, letting whatever this was consume her and us. I had to act. I couldn't waste time. I had to get her out of this, even if it meant dragging her back into reality. "Clara!" I shouted, my voice cracking with desperation. "This isn't you. You have to fight it. You have to wake up." But she didn't respond. She just stood there, her body still as stone, her eyes fixed on nothing, her lips curling into a slight, unsettling smile that made my stomach twist. I stumbled backward, my hands shaking, the flashlight now trembling in my grip. I didn't know what to do, how to reach her. I couldn't leave her like this, not after everything we'd been through. I remembered the papers, the strange symbols, the photos, and I realized that whatever had been living in the tunnels, watching us for all this time, it wasn't just a person. It wasn't just someone hiding in the walls. It was something older, something more powerful. I ran toward the kitchen, my mind racing, trying to find anything that might help. I needed to think. I needed to figure out what I had missed, what I hadn't seen. The kitchen was silent. The windows were shut, and the clock on the wall ticked loudly, each second marking time that I couldn't afford to waste. Then I saw it on the counter, the book, the old leather-bound journal I'd found earlier in the attic. I had meant to read it, but I had never gotten around to it. Maybe now it held the key to understanding all of this. I grabbed the journal and opened it, flipping through the pages frantically. Most of the pages were filled with the same strange symbols I'd seen before, symbols that I couldn't make sense of. But at the end of the journal, there was a page with a drawing. No, not a drawing. A map. The map showed the layout of the house, but it wasn't just the house. There were tunnels beneath it, tunnels that stretched deep into the earth. And then there was a symbol drawn at the center of the house, surrounding the foundations like some kind of circle. I traced the symbol with my finger, feeling the cold of the paper beneath my touch. It clicked. I knew what I had to do. I didn't understand why it had to happen this way. But everything in the house itself, the tunnels, the darkness that had been following us, It all came from here. The symbol, the place where the house stood. I ran back to the living room, clutching the journal to my chest, my heart racing. Clara was still standing there, unmoving, her empty gaze locked on the door. She wasn't aware of me, wasn't aware of anything. It was as if she was trapped in her own mind, a prisoner in her own body. "Clara!" I shouted again, louder this time, my voice echoing through the house. "You have to fight it. You have to come back to me." For a moment, there was nothing. Then, a flicker in her eyes, a brief flash of recognition. "Dan," she whispered, barely audible. I stepped closer, my heart hammering. "Clara, please. You can do this. Fight it. Fight whatever's in there with you." Her head tilted slightly to the side, and for a brief second, I thought I saw a flicker of the woman I had married, the woman I loved shining through the void. But it was fleeting, gone too quickly. Then she spoke again, and her voice was different. It wasn't the hollow, distant tone I had heard before. This time, it was filled with something else, something darker. "It's too late for you, Dan." The words hit me like a punch to the gut, but I didn't have time to dwell on them. I didn't have time to think about anything except the house, the symbol on the map, the trapdoors, the tunnels, and the thing that had been waiting all this time. I had no choice but to act. I threw the journal onto the floor and grabbed Clara by the shoulders, shaking her gently. "Listen to me," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm getting you out of here. We're leaving, Clara. We're going to leave this place, and it won't have you anymore." But Clara's face twisted, her lips curling into a cruel smile that made my blood run cold. "You can't leave." Before I could react, I heard a sound, a soft scraping, then a louder thud, like something heavy shifting behind the walls. I turned toward the hallway, my eyes widening as I realized what was happening. The walls were moving. The house was closing in on us. I didn't know what else to do. There was no time for anything else. I pulled Clara toward the front door, my body screaming with urgency. I had to get out. We had to leave before whatever had been waiting in the house took hold of us too. The door wouldn't budge. I slammed my shoulder against it, but it was stuck, sealed shut by something I couldn't see. Panic flooded through me. I didn't have time. I needed to get out. I needed to escape. Then I remembered the windows. I ran to the nearest one, yanked it open, and scrambled through. The cold air hit me like a slap in the face, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. I pulled Clara with me, though she resisted at first, but I dragged her outside, into the safety of the yard. And we ran. We didn't look back. We didn't need to. We never went back to that house. The police never found anything. No sign of the tunnels, no traces of the things we saw, no answers. The house was just empty. But I knew the truth. The house was never truly empty. It was still watching, still waiting. And I knew that one day it would call to someone else, but not us, not anymore. It started out simple, just a favor, really. Mia's childhood friends, Aaron and Lacey, were headed to Europe for 2 weeks, some anniversary trip they'd been saving up for. Their house needed watching. Water the plants, bring in the mail, keep an eye on things. Nothing crazy. They even left us a bottle of wine on the counter with a note that said, "Eat whatever, just don't kill the houseplants." We'd just moved into a smaller place in the city. Loud street, thin walls. Their house, by comparison, was like a retreat, big, quiet, at the edge of a wooded area just outside of town. Long gravel driveway, no neighbors in sight, all that. A little eerie, sure, but kind of peaceful too. The sort of place that makes you check the locks twice at night but still feels safe once you're under the covers. The first few days were great. We had space, actual silence. Mia read on the porch with a blanket. I cooked. We went to bed early and slept without being woken by traffic or drunk 20-somethings screaming on the sidewalk. The house was modern, but not cold. Open kitchen, old wooden floors, big windows that looked out onto the trees. The kind of place that makes you realize how tense your life's been just by how your body relaxes when you walk in. I didn't start feeling weird until the third night. It was late. We'd gone to bed around 10. Around 1:30 or so, I heard something. A knock. 3 soft knocks, not loud, not hurried, just deliberate. I sat up, heart already picking up speed. At first I thought maybe I'd imagined it, but Mia turned over beside me and mumbled, "Was that the door?" I held my breath and listened. Silence. I got up, pulled on a hoodie, and walked down the stairs as quietly as I could. Every step creaked just enough to make me feel like I was announcing myself. When I got to the front door, I looked through the peephole. Nothing. No car, no person, no shadows. Just the porch light casting a yellow pool on the front steps and the tall dark of the woods behind it. I opened the door a crack. The night air was cold, still. Not even the trees moved. I waited a few seconds, then locked the door again and went back upstairs. Probably a deer bumping into something, I told myself. Maybe the wind knocking a branch against the house. Still, I didn't sleep much that night. The next day was normal again. We ran errands, made lunch, went for a short hike on one of the nearby trails. Mia didn't seem rattled, and I didn't want to make a thing out of nothing. That night, though, same thing. 1:30 in the morning, knock, knock, knock. I was already awake this time, just lying there, staring at the ceiling. I got up faster. This time I checked all the windows on the way down. Nothing. When I opened the front door, I left it wide for a second. Just stood there, barefoot on the hardwood, looking out into that weird, pitch-black nothing. You don't realize how dark it gets in the woods until you try to find a shape in them. You think your eyes will adjust, but they don't. It just stays black. I stayed up the rest of the night. Saturday on the couch with the lights off, staring out the living room window like I'd catch someone moving. Nothing happened. At dawn, I went back to bed, Mia was still asleep. Later that morning, I checked in with Aaron. Didn't mention the knocks, just asked how the trip was going, if there was anything weird about the house we should know. He texted back something like, "All good, just enjoy it, man. That place is a fortress, nothing to worry about." That word stuck with me, fortress. Didn't feel like one. That night, we double-locked everything, closed all the blinds. Mia teased me a little, called me detective boyfriend. I laughed it off, even though I didn't feel like laughing. But when we went to bed, I left the hallway light on. At 1:30, it happened again. But this time, it wasn't the front door. It was somewhere inside. A knock, faint, like someone tapping on drywall. Then another, behind us, somewhere on the second floor. Mia shot up and looked at me. "Did you hear that?" I nodded. We didn't say anything else. We just got up and started checking doors, closets, the bathroom, nothing. But the knocks kept happening, not constant, just spaced out. One in the hallway, one on the ceiling, then one near the kitchen, we thought. We searched the house. Still nothing. Eventually, we ended up back at the front door. And that's when we noticed it. It was unlocked. I know I locked it. I was the one who turned the bolt, checked it twice, even tested the knob. But it was unlocked. Mia didn't say anything, but her face changed. Not scared exactly, but uncertain. Like she was trying to remember something she didn't want to admit she forgot. We didn't sleep after that. In the morning, we called Aaron. He didn't pick up, so I left a voicemail. Kept it vague. Just asked again if there was anything weird about the property. Wildlife, old plumbing, anything we should know. A few hours later, he texted back. "Hey, just saw this. Everything should be fine. Why? Something happen?" I didn't answer. Not yet. I wanted to check something first. See, I'd been thinking. Something about the way the house was laid out was bugging me. I hadn't realized it before. But certain things didn't quite make sense. Like the front hall closet, it was too shallow. The room above the garage had a door that didn't open, like it was nailed shut. And then there was the basement. We hadn't gone down there at all. It wasn't just unfinished, it was sealed. The door had a padlock on it. One of those thick old brass ones, like the kind you see on storage units. I asked Mia if she remembered them ever mentioning that. She said no. I didn't either. But it was locked. And now I was wondering why. Because here's the thing, the house had a certain lived-in feel. Dishes in the cabinets, random junk drawer stuff, old shoes in the closet. But it also felt staged, too clean. No personal photos, no mess. Like someone had moved out and someone else had moved in halfway. And now we were here. In a house we thought we knew. But maybe we didn't. And maybe, just maybe, it wasn't the right house at all. I didn't tell Mia what I was really thinking that morning. She already looked tired. She'd been trying to brush it off, saying maybe we were just wound up from all the quiet, or that we weren't used to hearing a house settle. But I could see it in her eyes. She didn't believe that either. She was scared. We both were. But neither of us wanted to be the first to say it out loud. Instead, I made coffee and started going through the drawers in the kitchen, looking for, I don't know, a note, an address label, something. Anything with a name or clue that would confirm this was Aaron and Lacey's house. It sounds dumb now, but in the moment, it wasn't paranoia. It was instinct. Something felt off. I found bills, mostly utilities, all addressed to current resident. No names, no old birthday cards, no wedding photos on the fridge, no calendar with scribbled events or dentist appointments. Mia joined me about an hour later. She didn't say anything at first, just leaned against the counter and watched me go through the junk drawer, where I found some loose keys, dried out pens, and an expired coupon for a pizza place I didn't recognize. "What are we looking for?" she asked finally. "I'm not sure yet." I showed her the envelope. I'd found another utility bill. No name, just resident. She frowned but didn't say anything. Just stared at it like it might rearrange itself if she looked long enough. "You're thinking the same thing I am, right?" I asked. She nodded once. "What if this isn't their house?" We didn't say anything for a while after that. The air felt heavier somehow, thicker. It didn't make sense. We'd been here before once, for a barbecue, maybe 6 months ago. I remember the driveway, the trees, the same wraparound porch. It was quick. We'd stayed for an hour, maybe 2, just long enough to eat, say hi to a few people, and leave. Back then, I didn't pay attention to details. Not really. I wasn't thinking I'd ever be back. And when we pulled up this time, everything looked right. But now I wasn't sure. We decided to try something simple, just call Aaron again and ask. He picked up this time. I put him on speaker. "Hey," he said, voice fuzzy through the speaker. "Everything all right?" "Yeah," I said slowly. "Just wanted to double-check something. What's your address again? For mail, in case anything shows up late." There was a pause. Then, 39 Pine Hollow. Why? I felt my stomach drop. I looked at Mia. Then I said, "That's weird. We're at 37. Another pause, longer this time. "Wait, seriously?" Aaron's voice sounded confused, maybe a little amused. "You sure?" "I mean, yeah, man. That's what the mailbox says." Mia turned and walked to the front window, pulled back the curtain and looked outside. She turned back slowly. "It says 37, she said. Aaron laughed nervously. "I must have typed it wrong." "You're kidding. You've been at the wrong house this whole time." I didn't know what to say. "Dude, I'm so sorry," he said. "That's insane. I thought you guys were there already. Did the key work?" "It was under the mat, like you said," I replied. No, man, he said. I keep our spare in the planter. I haven't used a mat key in years. My hands started to sweat. We ended the call not long after that. He sounded a little freaked out, but not nearly as much as we were. Said he'd call Lacey and see if she remembered anything else. Promised to text soon. I told him we'd figure it out. Then I hung up and turned to Mia. "We've been in someone else's house," I said quietly. She didn't answer. We stood there in the kitchen for a long time, long enough for the clock on the microwave to blink once, long enough for the sound of a car passing in the distance to fade back into the trees. Eventually, we decided we needed to leave. It felt wrong to stay even a minute longer. We started packing fast-grabbing chargers, leftover groceries, bathroom stuff. I tossed our bags in the trunk, while Mia ran through the house one last time, making sure we hadn't left anything behind. I was locking the car when I heard her call my name. She wasn't yelling, but something in her voice made me run back inside. She was in the hallway upstairs, standing in front of that weird door above the garage, the one that didn't open. She was pale. "It's open," she said. And it was. The door that had been nailed shut 2 days ago, the one I'd tried pulling at just out of curiosity, it was now cracked open an inch. I reached out and pushed it slowly. It opened without a sound. Inside was a narrow, dark staircase. Wooden, steep, leading down, which made no sense. This was the second floor. That part of the house hung over the garage. There shouldn't have been a stairwell there. There shouldn't have been anything. We didn't go down. We didn't look inside. We backed away together, one step at a time. Mia grabbed her bag. I locked the door behind us. We left. We drove back to the city in complete silence. No music, no talking, just the sound of the road under the tires. Back at our apartment, everything felt smaller and louder, but somehow safer too. We stayed up all night, watching reruns of cooking shows, eating whatever we had left in the freezer. Neither of us wanted to sleep. The next morning, I checked the map. 39 Pine Hollow was a quarter-mile down the road. Same woods, same kind of porch, a real house with Aaron and Lacey's name on the property records. 37? Nothing came up. No listing. No name. Just a square of property marked unoccupied. Mia stood behind me, looking at the screen. "Maybe it was a mistake," she said. I didn't answer, because we both knew it wasn't. Neither of us went to work the next day. Mia called out sick. I didn't even bother calling. We stayed home, ate cold cereal, sat on the couch in our apartment with the blinds drawn. The air felt stale, like the weirdness of that house had followed us back, tucked into the seams of our clothes or the folds of our thoughts. We didn't talk much that morning. Every time one of us opened our mouth to say something, we stopped short, like we were trying to protect the quiet, or maybe trying not to make it all feel more real. Around 10, my phone buzzed. It was Aaron. He'd sent a voice memo. "Hey, so, I checked our messages and yeah, I definitely typed the wrong number. Totally my fault. But that's so weird. I had no idea anyone even lived at 37 anymore. It's been empty for years. It's not even listed on the property rolls, I don't think. Some old family used to own it, but I think they moved out in like 2015. Anyway, sorry again, man. I'm glad you guys are okay." I played the message twice. Mia listened both times, her arms folded, mouth tight. Then she said, "So if it's been empty, why was the key there?" I didn't have an answer. That question kept circling back. The key, the lights, the stocked fridge, the made bed, all of it suggested someone lived there, or at least had been keeping it up. But if Aaron was right, and there really hadn't been anyone there in years, then who was maintaining it? That afternoon, I looked it up. Public property records, old real estate listings, anything I could find. And he was right. 37 Pine Hollow hadn't had an active listing in almost a decade. The most recent document was from 2014, a transfer of ownership from a Land and How to an LLC I didn't recognize. After that, nothing. No tenant history, no utilities in use, no county records, just silence. The LLC name struck me as weird. It didn't link to any property management company or real estate group, just some generic name that came up in a bunch of inactive business filings, which meant either someone had been sitting on the property for years or they'd wanted it to disappear on paper. That night, we went through the photos we'd taken while staying there. There weren't many, just a couple of phone shots Mia had snapped. Her reading on the porch, a tray of food we'd set out on the kitchen island, a blurry picture of me pretending to burn a frozen pizza. But in one of the photos, just barely visible in the reflection of the microwave, was something I hadn't noticed before. A shape. Tall, narrow, standing just behind the edge of the kitchen doorway. You couldn't make it out clearly. Could have been a shadow, or the way the light hit a chair, but it looked wrong, like something was there, watching. I showed Mia. She didn't say anything. She just stood up, walked to the sink, and started washing dishes we hadn't used. I didn't push it. That night, we double-checked every lock in the apartment, shut every curtain, put our phones on silent, and kept the television on low until 2 in the morning. Neither of us said it, but we were waiting for something, listening for a knock. It didn't come. The next day, Mia had to go into work. She's a dental assistant, and they were short-staffed, so she couldn't miss again. I dropped her off just after 8, then sat in the car for a long time, and I knew what I had to do. I drove back. Not inside, not yet, just back to the street. I needed to see it in daylight, needed to know I wasn't losing it. It was early, the sun still low behind the trees. The road to Pine Hollow was mostly dirt and gravel, with spots where the asphalt cracked like dried skin. I drove slowly, pulled up to the house like I belonged there. 37 looked exactly the same, untouched. Mailbox still leaning to one side. Porch still quiet. No car in the drive. I parked across the street and killed the engine. Waited. 5 minutes. Then 10. Nothing moved. Eventually, I got out, walked slowly across the road, gravel crunching under my shoes. My hands were sweating. The front door looked normal. The mat was still there. So was the key. Exactly where we'd found it. I didn't pick it up. I walked around the side instead. Backyard was overgrown, grass up to my knees. A half-buried swing set leaned against the fence. One of the chains snapped. The back porch door had a deadbolt, locked. I circled back to the driveway. That's when I noticed the door above the garage. Still cracked open. Still leading down. I stood there for a long time, just looking. Then I pulled out my phone and took a picture. A second later, I took another and froze. Because in the second picture, only the second something was different. The door was closed. Not slammed, not ajar, shut. I hadn't looked away, hadn't blinked. It just wasn't open anymore. I didn't wait around. I got in the car and drove, faster this time. Back home, I didn't tell Mia what I'd seen. She asked if I'd gone back, and I said yeah, just drove past. She didn't press. I think she knew not to. That night, she brought up something I hadn't expected. "We should tell someone," she said, sitting on the couch with a blanket wrapped around her. "The police, or the county." "And say what?" I asked. She didn't answer right away, then softly, that we were living in a place that doesn't exist. That phrase stuck with me, because that's exactly what it felt like. We didn't belong there. And now that we'd left, it felt like the house had folded in on itself, like it didn't want to be found again. But something inside it did. And I wasn't sure if it would let us go that easily. Mia didn't sleep the night after I went back. Neither did I. We both pretended to. That quiet, polite kind of pretending where nobody says, "I'm scared," but both people are wide awake staring at the ceiling. She got up around 5, sat at the kitchen table in the dark. I joined her a few minutes later, just poured us both coffee without asking. "I've been thinking about the stairs," she said finally. I nodded. I didn't have to ask which ones. "The ones that went down," she added, her voice quiet. "They weren't on the original floor plan." That made me pause. Original floor plan? I looked it up, online, after you went back. Remember how Aaron said the house was built in the 60s? Yeah. Well, the plans are public. You can find scanned versions if you know where to look. She pulled her phone out and turned the screen toward me. Sure enough, there was a PDF, black and white, faint dotted lines, labels for every room, kitchen, den, 2 bedrooms upstairs, no basement, just a garage and a crawl space marked under it. No second staircase, no additional door, and definitely no reason there should have been anything under that part of the house. "So what's down there?" I asked. She shrugged. "I don't know, but someone added it later." "Someone?" I asked, careful. She looked up at me then. "You know what I mean." And I did. Because it wasn't just that the stairs were new, it was that they'd been hidden. Someone had gone out of their way to seal the door, nail it shut, hide it in plain sight. Then later, someone else, maybe the same person, opened it again. And we had been living directly above it. That day, I couldn't sit still. I kept pacing the apartment, checking the same windows, flipping through the same websites I'd already read a dozen times. No new listings for the house. No registered address under 37 Pine Hollow. It wasn't listed as condemned. It wasn't for sale. It wasn't even there, officially. Just a ghost property with no owner, no occupant, and no paper trail since 2014. Around 1 in the afternoon, I opened my messages to Aaron and sent him a photo. It was the door over the garage, the one I'd taken before it slammed shut on its own. "Does this look familiar?" I typed. He read it almost immediately. The little typing dots showed up, then stopped, then started again, then nothing. No response. I waited an hour before I texted again. Still nothing. I didn't like it. Mia came home early that day. Said her manager let her go after she broke a dental pick during a cleaning. She didn't say more than that, and I didn't ask. By evening, we were back on the couch, curtains drawn, phones silent. I had the news on low volume, something about a missing hiker in the area, someone last seen near the Pine Hollow trails. Mia watched for a minute, then looked away. "What if it's not the house?" she said, not looking at me. "What do you mean?" "What if it's something around it? Like the location, the woods?" I thought about that for a long moment. We were inside most of the time. She nodded slowly. "Yeah, but maybe that's what it wanted." I didn't ask what it meant. Neither of us were trying to define it anymore. Whatever was happening wasn't logical. It wasn't something you could file a police report about. It wasn't even something you could really describe without sounding like you'd lost your mind. It was just something we'd stepped into, and now it was with us. Later that night, I got a phone call. Unknown number, no name. I let it ring. Then it rang again. Same number. This time, I picked up. "Hello?" Nothing. No breathing. No background noise. Just silence. I waited. Said hello again. Still nothing. Then, right before I hung up, I heard something. Faint. Rhythmic. 3 slow knocks. Click. Call ended. I stared at the phone for a long time. Mia walked in a few seconds later, saw my face, didn't even ask. "Was it him?" she said. I didn't answer. because I didn't know who him was. We slept with the lights on again. The next morning, I got another message from Aaron. Just 2 words. Don't go back. That was it. No explanation, no apology, no follow-up. I showed Mia. She stared at it like she was trying to figure out what it didn't say. We tried to call him, but the number went straight to voicemail. Tried Lacey too. Same thing. I looked up flight records. Their trip to Europe? It was booked. Yeah, but there was no check-in, no boarding scan. They never got on the plane. They never left. Which means the call from Aaron, the one that sent us to the wrong address, wasn't a mistake. And if it wasn't a mistake, then what the hell was it? We didn't talk much after that. We both felt it, that shift, like this thing had gone from weird to wrong, like we were no longer dealing with a mix-up or some forgotten house in the woods. Something had wanted us there. And now we'd left, but it hadn't let go. The next night, the knocking came again. Not at the front door, not from the hallway. From the walls. Inside. 3 knocks. Then silence. Then again. But this time, it wasn't just knocks. It was a voice. A man's voice muffled through the drywall, as if standing in the space between floors. I couldn't understand the words, but Mia heard them clearly. Her face went pale. "What did he say?" I asked. She looked up slowly, her eyes wide, her voice barely a whisper. "He said we forgot something." We didn't sleep that night, not after what Mia said. He said we forgot something. That sentence sat in the air like smoke. I didn't ask her to repeat it. I didn't have to. Her face said enough she hadn't been guessing, hadn't misheard. It was clear. A man's voice, coming from inside the walls of our apartment, telling us we'd forgotten something. I searched the whole place, top to bottom, checked closets, corners under the bed, pulled open every drawer. Nothing. No sign that anyone had been inside. I opened the utility hatch in the hallway. It led to the crawl space between our apartment and the one next door. Just dusty insulation and old wiring. I stared into it for a long time, waiting for something to move, something to breathe. Nothing did. Mia didn't move from the couch. She sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, staring at the television that was still playing a cooking show on mute. Her eyes weren't tracking the screen. She was somewhere else. Still hearing it. I sat next to her eventually. She didn't say anything, didn't look at me, just leaned into my shoulder like she used to when we were first dating and watching horror movies. Only this wasn't a movie, and neither of us could turn it off. The next morning, I drove to Pine Hollow again. Alone. Mia didn't want me to go. We argued about it quietly, without raising our voices. I told her I needed to know if something was still there. She asked why it mattered, why I couldn't just let it go. "Because someone's playing with us," I said, "and I want to see their face." But that wasn't the truth, not all of it. The real reason? I needed to know if I'd really seen the stairs, if the door had really moved, if the house was even there. I needed proof that I wasn't losing it. I parked half a block away and walked the rest. 37 Pine Hollow stood exactly where it always had. Same leaning mailbox, same chipped shutters, same cracked step on the porch. But the key wasn't there anymore. The mat was gone. No sign anyone had ever left anything under it. I walked around the back again, peered into the windows, still looked lived in, furniture in place, a mug on the counter, a lamp with a yellowed shade in the corner, same as before. Then I circled back to the front. The door was open. Just a crack. I didn't touch it at first, just stood there on the porch listening. The wind rustled through the trees. A few birds called in the distance, but from the house itself nothing. I pushed the door open with my foot. It creaked, just like before. Same entryway, same rug, same kitchen down the hall. But it didn't feel the same. The air was wrong, not cold, not hot, just off, heavy, like something was waiting. I stepped inside. "Hello?" I called out, just to be sure. No answer. I walked through the kitchen, into the living room. Everything was exactly as we'd left it. Even the coffee mug on the counter, the one Mia had used on our last morning, was still there. Same faint ring of coffee at the bottom, same lipstick print on the rim. I turned toward the hallway, walked slowly, checking every door again. Bathroom, bedroom, closet, all empty. Then I stood in front of the sealed door above the garage. It was closed again, but the nails were gone. Just smooth wood now, a knob. I put my hand on it. It turned easily. The door opened, and there it was. The staircase. Still steep, still dark, still leading down. I stood at the top for a long time, long enough to consider turning around, leaving, calling someone. But I didn't. I took one step, then another. The stairs creaked softly under my weight. The walls closed in as I went lower. The air smelled like damp wood, and something else, something faintly metallic, like rust. There were no lights. I used the flashlight on my phone. At the bottom of the stairs was a narrow hallway. The floor was cement. The walls were unfinished drywall, seams still exposed. It didn't feel like a basement. It felt like a hallway that had been built inside something else, like it wasn't supposed to be there. There were no windows, just one door at the end. I walked slowly. My own breathing sounded too loud. At the door, I stopped. It was closed, but not locked. I hesitated. Then I opened it. Inside was a small room. Square, maybe 10 by 10. Empty, except for the walls. They were covered in photographs. hundreds of them. Most were faded, some torn, all pinned to the drywall, edge to edge. They weren't framed, just stuck there like someone had wanted to see them all at once. No order, no pattern. I stepped closer, and that's when I saw our faces. Mine, Mia's. Photos of us, some recent, some old. One of Mia walking out of work, one of me pumping gas, one of us sitting on the porch of this house laughing, another of us asleep on the couch in the living room. Dozens of them, all from angles we couldn't have seen, all taken without our knowledge. I backed out of the room, nearly tripped over my own feet on the way up the stairs. Didn't shut the door behind me, didn't check the rooms again. I got in the car and drove. Didn't look back. Didn't tell Mia the full truth when I got home. I told her the house was empty, that no one had been there. She didn't press. She just looked at me and said, "We need to go somewhere, leave for a while." And I nodded. But the truth? The truth is, I don't think leaving will fix it. Because someone out there still has the rest of those photos. And I don't know what else they've seen. We didn't pack much. A couple of backpacks, some clothes, chargers, my laptop, and Mia's sketchbook, the essentials. We weren't even sure where we were going, we just knew we couldn't stay. Not in that apartment, not in that city, not with that house just 30 minutes away. Mia booked the motel, one of those old highway places with carpet that smells like smoke and TVs mounted too high on the wall. We didn't care. We just needed 4 walls and a door with a lock. We told ourselves it was temporary, a few days, maybe a week, just enough time to clear our heads, figure out the next step. But I think we both knew this wasn't about clearing our heads. This was about distance, the kind you can measure in miles and in memory. The first night there, we didn't speak much. We sat on the bed with the television on low, watching a cooking competition we weren't really watching. I looked over once and noticed Mia had tears in her eyes. Not crying exactly, just leaking, silent, controlled, like her body was reacting in a way her brain hadn't caught up with yet. "I keep thinking about that voice," she said finally, "about how calm it sounded." I didn't say anything. I was thinking about the photos, the way some of them had been taken from inside the house, inside the bedroom, inside the car. Someone had been following us long before we set foot in that place. The second night, I went through my phone. I hadn't really done that yet, not with focus. But now, in that cheap motel room with the off-white lamp buzzing and the hum of the air conditioner behind me, I went through every photo I'd taken for the past 2 months. I found one I didn't remember taking. It was dark, grainy, a photo of our bedroom, from the foot of the bed looking directly at where we sleep. The timestamp said it was from the week before we house sat. I showed it to Mia. She stared at it for a long time, then whispered, "That's not your phone." "What?" She turned the screen toward me again. "Look at the time, 3:16 a.m. That night, I got up to get water and came back and said you were sleeping weird. Yeah, you weren't holding your phone. She was right. I remember that night. I remember waking up to the bathroom light. I remember her getting back into bed. I remember rolling over and feeling cold where the blanket had slipped. But I don't remember taking a picture. And if I didn't, then who did? We didn't sleep that night either. I started checking my phone settings, looked for any sign of remote access, airdrops, weird app permissions, anything. Nothing showed up. No spyware, no tracking software. But that didn't make me feel any better. Because if someone had physical access to the phone, that was worse. That meant they'd been close enough to hold it. And I hadn't noticed. The third day in the motel, we finally got a call back from Lacey. It came from a different number one I didn't recognize. She sounded tired, on edge, like she'd been crying or hadn't slept. "Don't go back," she said immediately. "I'm not planning to," I replied. "You don't understand," she said. "He doesn't let people leave." I paused. Who? But she didn't answer the question. "There's no lease," she continued, voice shaking now. "No records. That's why. That's how it works. If you find it, and you enter it, he picks you." "Lacey," I said slowly. "Who's he?" Another pause. Then quietly, "He lives under it." Click. Call ended. I tried calling back, straight to voicemail. Mia stared at me from across the room, pale as a sheet. "What the hell does that mean?" she asked. I didn't know. I still don't. But that word under it hit me like ice. Because that was exactly what I'd felt when I went into that basement. That something beneath the house was watching, waiting. And somehow, we'd been invited in. The next morning, I found a note on the windshield of our car. Just a single piece of paper folded in half, tucked under the wiper. No envelope. I looked around the parking lot before I touched it. Motel was quiet, a couple of cars. One guy smoking by the vending machine. Nobody looking at me. I opened the note. Inside was a photo. Black and white. It was us. Sleeping. Mia curled up on the left side, me on the right. The motel bed. Same blanket. Same headboard. Taken some time in the last 2 days. Underneath, written in ink, "Come back. You forgot something." I didn't show Mia. I told her it was a coupon or some trash someone stuck there by mistake. Then I went into the bathroom and threw up. That afternoon I made a decision. We had to finish this. Not out of bravery, not even logic. Out of exhaustion. Because this thing, whatever it was, wasn't going to leave us alone. Not until we went back. Not until we found whatever it thought we left behind. That night, I told Mia. She didn't argue. She just nodded once, then said, "We'll go in the morning." It wasn't surrender. It was something else. Resolve, maybe. We didn't sleep. We didn't talk much either. We just waited for the sun. Because we both knew deep down that whatever lived beneath that house, it hadn't stopped watching, and it never would. We left the motel just after sunrise. No bags, no distractions, just the two of us in the car with the heater running low and our fingers laced tight on the center console. Mia didn't ask if I was sure. I didn't need to ask her either. We were past that. The air felt different that morning, heavier, like something was waiting for us to finish what we started, like the house had been holding its breath. The drive was quiet. The road to Pine Hollow felt longer than usual, maybe because we were both watching the trees instead of the GPS. Every turn felt sharper, every shadow a little darker than it should have been. We parked 2 houses down, not directly in front. I didn't want to give whatever or whoever was in that house the satisfaction of seeing us arrive. The house looked exactly the same. That was almost worse than if it had changed. The chipped white siding, the crooked mailbox, the cracked step on the porch, all of it perfectly still, a place pretending to be abandoned. The front door was unlocked. Of course it was. We stepped inside together. The smell hit me first. Not rot, not mold, just dust and old wood, that sterile, hollow smell of a place that pretends to be lived in. Everything was exactly where we'd left it. The blanket folded on the couch, the half-used candle on the table, Mia's old mug on the kitchen counter, still stained from dried coffee. But there was no sound, no birds outside, no hum from the fridge, just the kind of silence that presses on your skin. We moved quickly, without talking, straight to the hallway, straight to the sealed door above the garage. It was open. Not wide, just a few inches. Enough. Mia looked at me once before we stepped through. Then we descended. The staircase creaked under our weight. The air got colder with each step. My hand shook as I held the flashlight, but I kept it steady. At the bottom, that narrow hallway again, the unfinished drywall, the smooth concrete floor, and at the end, the door. The photo room. Only now it was different. The photos were gone. Every last one. Just empty walls and pinholes, a faint outline of where each image used to be, like someone had come through with a blade and stripped the walls clean. I stepped inside, still scanning, still waiting for something to move. In the center of the room sat a single cardboard box. That was new. Mia stood by the doorway. She didn't want to come in. I don't blame her. I knelt down beside the box and opened it. Inside there were 4 things. Mia's necklace, the one she lost weeks before we ever came here. A small silver chain with a cracked turquoise pendant. We thought it had fallen down the sink. My old key fob, the one from the car I sold 3 years ago. I hadn't seen it since. A Polaroid photo of the 2 of us sleeping. Not the one from the motel, this was older, dated, handwritten in red ink, January 26th, 2021. A small tape recorder. The kind with actual buttons, no Bluetooth, no screen. I picked it up. It was already on, already cued. I pressed play. For a few seconds there was nothing. Then a voice. Calm, male, unfamiliar. You left the door open. That was all. Click. Silence. I put everything back in the box. Walked past Mia and back down the hallway. We left the same way we came in. Didn't look back. We didn't talk until we were back in the car, the heater ticking as it warmed up the cabin. My hands were still cold on the steering wheel. Mia finally broke the silence. Do you think he's gone? I stared out the windshield. No, I said. I think he never existed, not the way we thought. She nodded slowly. Then what was all of that? I thought about it. About the photos, the voice, the history of the house, the missing names, the fake listing, the wrong key under the right mat. And then I said it out loud. I think it was a trap, a test. I think someone's been doing this for a long time, finding people who don't ask too many questions, watching how they react. Mia looked at me, eyes sharp. But why us? Because we said yes. And I think that was it. Somehow, by saying yes, by stepping over the threshold, we became part of something. A game, a study, a story someone else wanted to control. I don't know who or why, but I know we were chosen. We didn't go back to the apartment. We packed our things, quit our jobs, moved in with Mia's sister in Oregon for a while. A fresh start. Far away. We don't talk about it much now. Sometimes we do late at night, when sleep doesn't come easy and the air feels too still. We joke about it sometimes, call it the weirdest Airbnb ever. But we always stop laughing eventually. Because deep down, we know the truth. It wasn't a haunting. It wasn't a ghost. It was a person, maybe more than one. And they're still out there, watching, waiting, looking for someone else to say yes. I never thought much of the oddities when we first moved in. It was a big house, too big for us really, but it had character, an old place, with creaky floors and the kind of musty smell that only comes with age. Clara, my wife, loved it. The kids, Max and Sophie, were just happy to have more space to run around. It wasn't perfect. There were little things, like the occasional draft or a window that wouldn't quite shut, but nothing that made me think anything was wrong. At least, not at first. The first time I noticed something off was about 2 weeks after we moved in. Max was looking for his favorite toy car and swore he had left it on the shelf in the living room. It wasn't there, and I remember thinking, maybe he just misplaced it. I searched for it while he went on about how the car had been right there when he went to bed. But after a while, I didn't find it. I didn't think much of it, until a few days later, Sophie's sweater was gone. She was adamant that she'd left it on the back of the kitchen chair, but it wasn't anywhere in the house. That didn't sit right with me. I started to wonder if I was just imagining things, or if the kids were sneaking around and messing with each other. Clara noticed it too, though, and she isn't one to believe in coincidence. She mentioned that it felt like something or someone was moving things around. At first, we both chalked it up to just being in a new, unfamiliar place, but the little things kept happening: glasses out of place, food disappearing from the pantry, a towel missing from the bathroom that was there the night before. I tried to dismiss it, but there was one thing I couldn't shake. One night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a noise, something soft, almost imperceptible. I thought it was the house settling. But then it came again, a faint scratching sound from below, like fingernails scraping against wood. I told myself it was just an old house, the floorboards creaking and shifting in the night. But I couldn't stop listening to it. It was like something or someone was under the house, moving around. Clara was already asleep, and I didn't want to wake her. I told myself I was being ridiculous. Still, I lay there for hours, listening to it. The scratching, followed by a strange hissing sound, like air being forced through a tight space. It didn't stop. The next day, I decided to go down to the basement and take a look. The sound had been coming from beneath the floor, and I wanted to make sure there was nothing alive down there, rats or something, though I hadn't seen any signs of them. The basement itself wasn't anything special, just an unfinished room with concrete walls and exposed beams. There was a lot of clutter, old boxes, things that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. The floor was mostly dirt, except for a small area near the far wall where the foundation seemed to dip lower. I was standing there, staring at the spot where the noise seemed to be coming from, when I saw something that made my stomach drop. At first I thought I was seeing things, but then I saw it again, an old weathered trapdoor that blended in with the dirt floor. It was small, almost hidden under some wooden planks, as if someone had tried to cover it up. My heart rate sped up, and I found myself feeling something I hadn't felt in years: fear. I kneeled down, brushing the dirt away. The trapdoor was heavy, but it opened with a creak, revealing a narrow staircase that led downward. The air smelled musty, damp, like it hadn't been touched in decades. There was something about the darkness down there that felt unnatural, like it had been waiting for me to find it. I hesitated for a moment, but curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a flashlight from the workbench and descended the stairs. The further I went down, the colder it got. The walls were rough stone, and the floor was covered in dirt and dust. As I crept through the tunnel, I noticed strange marks on the walls, scratches, gouges, that looked like something had been dragging itself through the narrow passage. It was almost as if someone or something had been crawling through the tunnel for a long time. The tunnel stretched on for what felt like miles, though it was probably only a few hundred feet. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was a strange sensation, the kind you get when you know something is wrong but can't put your finger on it. Eventually, the tunnel opened into a small, locked room. There was a metal door with a rusty lock on it. I stood there for a moment, staring at it, unsure of whether to open it. But something about the room called to me. I crouched down and, after a moment's hesitation, forced the lock open. Inside, it was darker, colder. The air felt stale, and it smelled even worse than the tunnel. But then I saw them photos, dozens of them, pinned to the walls. They were old, yellowed with age, but what caught my attention was the fact that they were all of my family: Clara, Max, Sophie, even me. But none of these photos were taken by any of us. I recognized them all, but I couldn't remember a single moment when any of us had been in these pictures. I stumbled backward, my hand brushing against the cold stone wall, my heart pounding in my chest. My mind raced. How were these here? Who had taken them? The realization hit me like a slap. Someone had been living under our house. Someone had been watching us. I felt the bile rise in my throat. My head was spinning. For a long moment I just stood there, staring at the photos, trying to piece together how this could be possible. How long had this been happening? How had they been getting in and out? My mind raced through every strange occurrence, every misplaced object, every odd feeling. All of it, every little thing, was suddenly so much darker than I had ever imagined. Someone had been in our house, and now I was standing in their hideout. I had to get out of there. The air in that small room felt heavier, suffocating, as if the walls themselves were closing in. But I couldn't move. I just stood there, staring at the photos, each one more chilling than the last. Clara's smile in one, Max and Sophie laughing together in another, even pictures of us at family gatherings that I couldn't recall ever taking. It felt like I was losing my grip on reality. How could these be here? Who had taken them? And why the hell hadn't I noticed before? My mind raced, spinning in circles, trying to make sense of it all, but it just felt impossible. Every theory, every explanation I could think of seemed worse than the last. And then another thought struck me. What if it wasn't just the photos? What if there was more? What if whoever had been in the house hadn't just watched us, but had been living with us, in the shadows, in the places we couldn't see? I tried to steady myself, forcing my breath to slow, but it was no use. My pulse was pounding in my ears. I reached for my phone, fingers shaking as I fumbled to pull it out of my pocket. I needed to call Clara. I needed to tell her about this. But the screen was blank. My phone was dead, completely drained of battery. Frustrated, I shoved the phone back into my pocket and turned to leave, but something stopped me. Something in the corner of the room caught my eye. A small, crumpled piece of paper, half buried under a pile of old magazines. I hesitated for a second, but my curiosity got the better of me, and I reached down to pick it up. The paper was old, brittle, and yellowed at the edges. As I unfolded it, I saw that it was a map. A crude, hand-drawn map of the house with markings that seemed to indicate different rooms and areas, rooms that didn't exist on any of the floor plans we'd seen when we bought the place. My stomach twisted as I realized what it meant. The person who had been living under the house knew every inch of it, every corner, every crevice. They knew the places we didn't even know about, the hidden spaces behind walls and beneath floors. The map didn't just show the house, it showed tunnels, paths leading from one area to another, hidden routes that went far beyond the basement. I traced my finger along one of the lines, and a cold chill ran down my spine when I saw it. It led to our kitchen. The kitchen. I thought about the times we'd heard strange noises in there, the refrigerator door creaking open in the middle of the night when no one was awake. I stood frozen, trying to wrap my mind around what I was seeing. The thought that someone had been moving through these hidden passages, sneaking into our home without us ever knowing, was unbearable. But the more I stared at the map, the clearer it became. This wasn't just an old part of the house's foundation. This was something deliberate, something designed. And if someone had been using these tunnels to get in and out, then they had been here all along, watching, waiting. I needed to find Clara. I needed to make sure she and the kids were okay. The thought of them being in danger while I stood here, frozen in this disgusting little room, made my blood run cold. I stuffed the map into my jacket pocket and bolted for the trap door, scrambling back up the stairs and into the basement. But as I stepped into the main part of the basement, I froze again. I heard something soft at first, but unmistakable. A noise, a movement. Someone was downstairs. Someone was here. I turned off the flashlight, standing perfectly still in the dark, straining to listen. The sound was faint, but it was there, a shuffle, like something dragging along the floor, coming from deeper in the basement. My heart skipped a beat. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to make myself invisible in the shadows. My breathing was shallow, my palms sweating as I gripped the flashlight. The sound grew louder, closer. I could hear footsteps now, slow and deliberate, padding across the concrete floor. Then there was a scraping sound, like metal on stone. I couldn't see anything, couldn't make out a shape in the dark, but I knew someone was down here with me. Someone was walking through the same basement I had just been in, moving around in the exact same space I had just left. I debated running, but where could I go? I couldn't make it upstairs without being seen. The stairs were too close to the entrance, too exposed. I was trapped down here, stuck with someone or something who had been hiding beneath my feet all this time. Whoever it was, they had a map of the house, they knew the layout, and they knew how to move through the tunnels without making a sound. I was an intruder in my own home. My thoughts were racing as I pressed myself against the cold wall, holding my breath, praying that whoever was down here wouldn't notice me. But then, just as I thought the footsteps were moving further away, the basement light flickered on. I froze. God, I thought, they know I'm here. I felt a cold sweat break out along my spine. The light above me buzzed, flickered again, and then finally hummed to life. I squinted, trying to adjust to the harsh brightness. But there was no one in sight. I let out a quiet breath, trying to calm myself. Maybe I had just imagined it. Maybe the footsteps were my mind playing tricks on me. After all, I had just discovered a hidden room full of photos and a map of the house. Maybe it was all too much. But then I heard it again, a faint shuffle, like someone dragging their feet, coming from the far corner of the basement. I turned quickly, flashlight in hand, and pointed it toward the sound. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but empty shelves and boxes. My pulse hammered in my chest as I moved slowly, cautiously, toward the corner. I had to know. I had to see what was making that sound. I didn't know what I expected to find, but it certainly wasn't what I saw. A shadow moved just beyond the light. A figure crouched low to the ground, hidden in the dark. The moment the light hit it, it darted into the shadows, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. I stood there, frozen in place. My mind screamed at me to run, to get out of the basement, but I couldn't move. My body was rooted to the spot. All I could do was listen to the silence that followed, the strange, unnatural quiet that filled the air. Then I heard something else, a whisper, barely audible, like it was coming from deep within the walls or somewhere far below me. "I've been waiting." I didn't wait to hear more. I turned and ran. I don't remember much about how I made it upstairs. My mind was in a haze, thoughts spiraling out of control, my body moving on pure instinct. The moment I hit the top of the basement stairs, I slammed the trapdoor shut behind me, but it didn't make me feel safer. The echo of that whisper still clung to my skin, and my heart thudded in my chest like a drum, too loud, too fast. I could still feel the weight of those eyes on me, even though I couldn't see them. It was as if someone, something, was always just out of view, waiting. I rushed into the living room, where Clara was sitting, reading a book on the couch, the kids watching TV beside her. The peaceful scene, the normalcy of it all, only made the fear clawing at me worse. I could barely catch my breath as I tried to explain what I'd seen, what I'd heard, but the words didn't come out right. I couldn't tell her the full truth, not yet. I couldn't tell her that I had been standing in a room beneath the house, looking at pictures of our family, pictures that didn't make sense. I couldn't tell her about the tunnels, or the whispers, or the person I thought I'd seen in the basement. "Are you okay?" Clara looked up from her book, her eyes narrowing in concern. She could always tell when something was wrong, even if I didn't say anything. Clara, I don't know what's going on. I swallowed hard, trying to push the words through the lump in my throat. "I don't feel safe here." She stood up and walked over to me, placing a hand on my arm. Her touch was warm, grounding. "What's going on, Dan? What's happening?" "I heard something in the basement," I said, my voice shaking now. "Something down there. And the photos, Clara. Someone's been under our house, watching us, and—" I paused, shaking my head. I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't know how to make sense of it myself. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm not imagining things. I don't think we're alone here. Her expression softened, but she didn't seem scared, not yet. Instead, she gave me a small, reassuring smile. "Dan, you're probably just tired. The move, everything. It's a big change. Let's just take a breath, okay? We'll figure it out. You're not alone in this." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But something deep inside me screamed that it wasn't just stress or exhaustion. The whisper, the figures in the basement, none of it felt like a coincidence. I had seen something, someone, and now I was terrified for my family. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever or whatever was down there was planning something, something that involved us. But Clara wasn't convinced. She was right, though I was exhausted. The past few days had been draining. The stress of moving, the kids adjusting to the new house. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I had just imagined the entire thing. I kept telling myself that as I went to bed that night, Clara beside me, her breathing steady and calm. But sleep didn't come easily. The darkness in the room seemed thicker, more oppressive, and my mind kept returning to that place, the basement, the trapdoor, the tunnel, the room beneath the house. I couldn't stop picturing those photos, the way they had been arranged, the way they made it clear that someone had been watching us for longer than I realized. I tried to dismiss it all, telling myself it was just my imagination. But when I finally did fall asleep, I dreamed of the basement. In my dream, I was back down there again, crawling through the narrow tunnel, the scratching noise getting louder and louder, like something was coming closer. The walls of the tunnel seemed to close in on me, the air growing thicker with each breath I took. And then I saw it, someone, crawling toward me through the darkness, their face hidden in the shadows, their hands reaching out, the sharp sounds of their movements echoing in my ears. I woke up with a start, gasping for air, my heart racing. The room was silent, dark, but I could still feel the weight of that presence, lingering, like a shadow I couldn't escape. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just a nightmare. But when I turned to Clara, she wasn't there. The bed beside me was empty. I sat up, panic starting to claw at me. Where was she? I glanced at the clock. 3:47 a.m. I got out of bed quickly, my mind racing. I thought about the basement, about the trap door, about the dark figure I had seen down there. Maybe she had gone down to check on the kids, maybe to get a glass of water. But why hadn't she woken me up? Why was the house so quiet? I hurried downstairs, but the house was empty. Clara's shoes weren't by the door. The kids' bedroom doors were shut tight, but I didn't hear any noise coming from inside. A sick feeling spread through my chest as I walked past the kitchen, then the living room, and finally made my way to the basement door. I stood there for a moment, hand on the doorknob, the same cold dread creeping up my spine. The basement was where it all started, where the shadows seemed to lurk, where I had heard those strange noises. I had to go down there, had to make sure Clara and the kids were okay. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door. The familiar, musty smell hit me immediately. The basement was dark, quiet, but something about it felt wrong. I could feel the weight of the silence pressing down on me, like the house was holding its breath, waiting. I crept down the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the stillness. As I reached the bottom, I saw it, the trap door was open. I hadn't left it open. My heart skipped a beat as I approached the door. I could feel my hands trembling as I reached down, my fingers brushing the rough edges of the wood. Slowly, I pulled it open, shining the flashlight down into the narrow tunnel. And there, in the dim light, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A figure, a shadow, a person, hunched low, dragging themselves through the dirt. The figure turned toward me, and I saw the face. It was Clara. Her eyes were wide, vacant, her expression frozen in a way that felt entirely wrong. And in that moment, I realized the truth. It wasn't just the house that was haunted. It was us. I froze. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at her. Clara, but not Clara, not the way I knew her. Her face was pale, gaunt, her eyes wide open but lifeless, like she wasn't really there. She didn't move, didn't blink, just stared back at me with that blank expression. I was paralyzed, my heart racing, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. I wanted to scream, to call out to her, but the words wouldn't come. Something deep in my gut told me that whatever was happening, whatever had happened to her, it wasn't right. This wasn't my wife. I stepped back, my feet stumbling over each other as I tried to distance myself from the sight in front of me, but I couldn't take my eyes off her. The flashlight in my hand trembled, the beam flickering wildly in the dark. But Clara, no, the thing that looked like Clara didn't move. She just stayed there on all fours, her eyes following my every movement. A chill ran down my spine. What was happening? What had happened to her? How long had she been down there, and why? I stepped back again, this time moving more deliberately, my feet sinking into the dirt. My mind raced, trying to piece together everything that had happened, the photos, the strange noises, the map of the house, the whisper in the basement. It was all connected, but what did it mean? And why was Clara down here like this? Clara? My voice cracked, barely a whisper as I called her name, but there was no response. She didn't speak, didn't even blink. I took another step back, and that's when I noticed it. The floor around her, the dirt beneath her hands and knees. It wasn't just dirt. It was something else, something wrong. There were marks in the ground, deep gouges in the earth, as if something had been dragged through the tunnel. My stomach turned as I realized the extent of what was happening here. Clara wasn't just down here by accident. She had been here, in this tunnel, for a reason. Suddenly, her head snapped to the side, her eyes locking onto mine, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. The movement was jerky, unnatural, like a puppet on strings. A cold wave of dread washed over me. Clara? I said again, this time louder, trying to make sense of what was going on, trying to reach her. What happened? Why are you down here? Her lips parted, and for a brief, horrifying moment, I thought she was going to speak. But then, instead of words, a soft hiss came from her throat, like something was trapped inside her, something trying to get out. It was the same sound I'd heard in the basement before, that hiss, the one that had sent a chill through me the first time. I took another step back, the fear creeping deeper into my bones. I needed to get out of here. I needed to get her out. I turned quickly, nearly tripping over my feet as I raced for the stairs. My heart was pounding, the sound deafening in my ears as I scrambled up the steps, away from the darkness, away from that thing pretending to be Clara. But as I reached the top, I heard it again, the hiss. It was louder this time, and this time it was followed by something else. A low, rasping sound, like a breath being sucked in, like the air was being pulled from my lungs. I froze, every nerve in my body screaming at me to turn around, to look behind me, but I couldn't. I couldn't face it again. I slammed the basement door shut and leaned against it, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of everything. But there was no sense to be made. Not anymore. Everything was wrong. Clara was wrong. And whatever had taken her, whatever was hiding in that tunnel, was still here. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to go. I couldn't just leave, not with Clara down there. But I couldn't stay in the house either. It wasn't safe. I felt like I was suffocating, like the walls were closing in around me, pressing down, crushing me. I ran into the kitchen, grabbed my keys, and then I stopped. The car. My mind was foggy, but the thought of getting out of here, of escaping, seemed like the only option. I needed help. I needed to get somewhere safe, but the car was in the driveway, and I couldn't leave the kids behind. I couldn't leave Clara like this. I ran to the kids' room and threw open the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Max was asleep in his bed, his face peaceful, unaware of the nightmare unfolding just beneath him. Sophie was beside him, tucked in tight. They were fine, for now. I just had to figure this out. I had to get Clara back. But how? How do you save someone when they're no longer themselves? How do you fight something you can't see, something you can't understand? I ran my hands through my hair, pacing in the hallway, my mind racing. I thought back to the map I had found in the basement, those hidden tunnels, the rooms I hadn't known existed. There had to be something, some way to stop this. I couldn't let whatever had taken Clara take my kids too. I couldn't let it spread. I tried to call her name again. Clara? My voice was shaky, weak, but I needed to hear her voice. I needed to know she was still in there somewhere. But no response came. I tried calling her again, louder this time, my voice cracking with desperation, but still, nothing. I turned to the stairs. I couldn't just leave her down there, not like this. I had to go back down. I had to face whatever was in that tunnel. But as I took a step toward the stairs, I stopped. Something caught my eye in the corner of the room. The window. The window was open. I hadn't opened it. A cold gust of wind blew through the house, sending a shiver down my spine. The window wasn't just open, it was wide open. I hadn't even heard it open. And then, as I turned toward the window, I saw something that made my blood freeze. There was a figure standing outside, watching me. The figure didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there, in the shadows, staring at me through the glass. It was the same dark shape I had seen before, in the basement. It wasn't Clara. It wasn't anyone I knew. I backed away slowly, my hands trembling as I reached for the door, but it was too late. The figure stepped forward, and the whispering began again. "I've been waiting." I couldn't breathe. The figure outside the window didn't move, didn't blink. It just stood there, watching me. My legs were frozen, locked in place. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But the air in the room felt too thick, pressing against me, keeping me in place. The whisper, "I've been waiting," slithered through the air, its cold fingers curling around my spine, sending a wave of ice-cold terror through my body. It was like the house itself was alive, the walls closing in, the windows sealing me inside. I took a step back, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what was happening. Was it someone outside? A stranger? The rational part of my brain tried to find an explanation. Maybe it was some sick joke, some prank. But that thought didn't hold weight. This wasn't a joke. The figure outside didn't look human. The outline was too still, too wrong. The darkness surrounding it made it hard to make out details, but it didn't matter. My gut told me what I needed to know. That wasn't just someone standing out there. The whispering came again, softer now, almost like it was directly in my ear. "I've been waiting." The voice was cold, detached, like it was coming from somewhere deep underground. I shook my head, desperately trying to snap out of it. I couldn't let fear control me. I had to do something. I couldn't just stand here and let whatever that was take everything from me. I grabbed the nearest object, an old lamp on the side table, and slowly crept to the window, trying not to make a sound. I didn't know what I was planning to do. What could I do? But I couldn't just stand here and wait for it to come inside. I reached the window, my hand trembling as I drew back the curtain. My breath caught when I saw it was still there. The figure hadn't moved an inch, still standing in the same spot. But now, I could see something else, something even worse. There was something dark pooling around the edges of the figure, something like a shadow, but more solid, like it was eating away at the light. The longer I stared at it, the more it felt like that shadow was creeping closer to me, closing the distance between us, though the figure itself remained motionless. I slammed the curtain shut, my heart racing, my breath coming in short gasps. I backed away from the window, unsure of what to do next. I needed to get out of here. I needed to get my family out of this house. But as I moved back toward the stairs, something stopped me. There was a sound, faint, barely audible, but it was there, a scratching noise, like claws dragging across wood. I froze, my body stiffening. I turned, my eyes scanning the room for the source of the sound. It wasn't coming from outside anymore. It was coming from inside the house. I felt my stomach twist. The basement, the trap door, the tunnel. My mind raced. Could the figure outside be connected to the one down below? Was it somehow all tied to what was happening in this house? Had it been living here, hiding beneath us, waiting to make its move? The more I thought about it, the more certain I became that this wasn't just some coincidence. This was deliberate. The scratching sound grew louder. It wasn't just a noise now, it was a rhythm, a steady scraping, like something or someone was trying to break through. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized that the sound wasn't coming from the floor. It was coming from the walls. The walls. I turned and rushed toward the kitchen, panic taking hold of me as I ripped open the door to the basement. I had to know what was going on down there. I couldn't let whatever was happening in this house spiral out of control. I grabbed the flashlight and hurried down the stairs, my legs unsteady, the fear in my stomach threatening to make me collapse. The deeper I went, the darker it became, until I was swallowed by the thick blackness of the basement. The air was musty, heavy with the scent of earth and decay. I flashed the beam of light across the room, scanning for any sign of what was happening, what was making those sounds. And then I saw it. The trap door was open again. The sight made my blood run cold. There was no way I had left it open. I had locked it earlier, I was sure of it. My mind raced, my thoughts stumbling over each other. Had Clara been down here? Had she left it open? Or had someone been down here, using that trapdoor to get in and out of the house without us knowing? I approached the trapdoor slowly, each step heavier than the last. The air around it felt colder, thicker, like it was pulling me down into the earth itself. I didn't want to look inside. I didn't want to know what waited down there, but I had no choice. I shone the flashlight into the dark space beneath the trap door. The tunnel was empty. For a moment, I thought I had imagined everything, that maybe it had been a bad dream, that I was just losing my mind. But then I noticed something that made my heart skip a beat. There, in the dirt at the base of the tunnel, were more marks. Deeper this time, as if something had dragged itself through the passage recently. It wasn't the marks that terrified me most, though. It was the smell. There was a pungent, foul odor wafting up from the tunnel, something I couldn't place, but that immediately made my stomach churn. It was a mixture of damp earth and something rotten, something decayed. Something was down there, and whatever it was waiting. I backed away from the trap door, my flashlight now shaking in my hands. I needed to get out. I needed to find my family and leave this place. But just as I turned to go back upstairs, I heard it again scratching. This time it was closer, louder, as if something was moving just behind me. I spun around, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the dark, and that's when I saw it. A figure was standing in the doorway of the basement, just out of the light's reach. It was tall, its features obscured by shadows, but I could see enough to know it wasn't human. Its shape was wrong, twisted, like it had been formed from darkness itself, like it had crawled out from the very walls of the house. I couldn't move. My legs felt like stone, my chest tight as I gasped for air. The whisper came again, louder now, closer. "I've been waiting." I turned to run, but before I could make it to the stairs, something caught me by the arm. A cold, bony hand gripped me with unnatural strength, pulling me back into the darkness. The coldness of it seeped into my skin, draining the strength from my limbs. The whisper grew louder, more insistent. "I've been waiting for you." And then there was nothing but darkness. I don't know how long I was unconscious. The blackness, the weight of the shadows that had gripped me, had consumed everything. My mind was blank, drifting in a haze of terror and confusion. When I finally came to, it was as if the world had shifted. The basement was quiet now, unnervingly so. The whispers had stopped. The oppressive air that had swallowed me whole moments before was gone, replaced by an almost suffocating silence. But I wasn't alone. I could feel that something was still here. Something was watching. It wasn't the house itself, not the walls or the floors. It was something else. I forced myself to sit up, my body stiff, my head spinning. My arm was still numb from where it had been gripped, but I pushed the sensation aside and tried to focus on my surroundings. I was lying on the cold concrete floor, the flashlight still clenched in my hand. I couldn't remember how I had gotten here. I had been dragged, pulled down into the depths of this house, this nightmare. The house, the tunnel, the whispers, it was all too much. I dragged myself to my feet, my legs shaky, my body weak. There was no sign of the figure, the thing that had been standing at the door, waiting for me, but I knew it was still here. I could feel its presence, lingering in the corners of my mind. I glanced around the basement. The trapdoor was still open, the passageway beneath it as dark and foreboding as ever. I couldn't go down there again, not after everything that had happened, not after what I had seen. But I couldn't leave either. I needed to find Clara, Max, and Sophie. They were still up there, still in danger. I turned toward the stairs and made my way up, each step heavier than the last. My body ached, and my mind was a jumble of thoughts, trying to make sense of everything. Clara had been down there. I had seen her, but what had happened to her? What had that thing done to her? And why hadn't she fought back? Why hadn't she screamed? The house felt different now, darker somehow. It was like the air had changed, like the house was no longer just a place, but a living, breathing entity with a will of its own. I reached the landing at the top of the stairs and paused, listening. Silence. I had to find Clara. I had to make sure she was okay. I pushed open the door to the living room, and the first thing I noticed was that everything was exactly as it had been when I left. The couch was undisturbed. The kids' toys were still scattered across the floor. Everything was normal. It didn't make sense. How could it be normal after everything that had happened? Clara. My voice cracked as I called her name. There was no answer, no sound, nothing. I moved into the kitchen, my mind still reeling, and stopped short when I saw the refrigerator door wide open. It hadn't been like that before. I didn't remember leaving it open. A chill ran down my spine as I approached, my eyes scanning the room. And that's when I saw her. Clara was standing by the door, staring at me. Her expression was blank, as it had been in the basement. Her eyes were wide, distant, as if she wasn't seeing me at all. "Clara," I whispered, my heart in my throat. She didn't move. She didn't speak. Her eyes just followed me, empty and unblinking. I took a step closer, my pulse racing. "Clara, please, please, look at me." Still no response. It was like I was talking to a stranger, not my wife, a stranger who was wearing her face. Then I saw the faintest flicker in her eyes, a moment of recognition, but it was gone before I could make sense of it. I took another step. "Clara, it's me. It's Dan." I reached out, slowly, carefully, and placed my hand on her arm. Her skin was cold, unnaturally so, like she had been standing out in the snow for hours. I felt a tremor pass through her body, but she didn't pull away. I thought I saw her lips twitch, a small, almost imperceptible movement. Then, her voice so faint, so soft, whispered, "It's not me." I froze, my breath caught in my throat. What do you mean?" Her eyes flickered again, a brief flash of recognition. It's not me, Dan. It's too late. I didn't understand. My heart pounded in my chest. Clara, please. You need to tell me what happened. What's going on? Why are you down there? What was that thing? Her lips parted, but before she could speak, a loud crash echoed through the house, followed by a sudden, jarring rattle of the windows. A shadow moved outside, darting across the glass. I turned, instinctively stepping in front of Clara, my body reacting before my mind could. The shadow outside didn't belong to anyone I knew. It wasn't just a persona, it was something more. The air felt colder again, thick with the presence of whatever had been lurking in the house. "It's here," Clara whispered, her voice barely audible. It never left. And in that moment, I understood. Whatever had been down in the basement, whatever had been waiting, it hadn't just been in the house. It had been in her, inside her all along. It had taken her, used her as a vessel to get closer, to get to me. The photos in the basement, the whispers, the tunnel, it was all part of its plan. It had been waiting, watching us, moving through the shadows, feeding off our fear. I felt a surge of anger, a primal need to protect my family. But I couldn't save Clara, not the way she was now. I had to make a choice. I didn't have time to think. I grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the door. "We have to leave. Now." She didn't resist, but her face was blank again, that same vacant expression. I dragged her out of the kitchen and toward the front door, but as I reached for the handle, I heard it again, the scratching sound, this time much closer. I turned, but there was nothing there. The door to the basement slammed shut. The house had claimed its prize. I had escaped, but it hadn't let go. Clara had gone, and now it would be waiting for the next family, the next set of lives to swallow whole. And I knew one thing for sure: it would never stop. I've always loved solitude. There's something uniquely freeing about being completely alone, away from everything familiar. That's why I decided to take a solo hiking trip to a remote forest I'd read about online. Friends warned me against it. Going alone to such a secluded area seemed reckless, but I brushed off their concerns. I had experience, confidence, and a deep desire to disconnect from the constant noise of city life. I drove for hours until the highway narrowed into twisting mountain roads, then turned onto an old logging trail. Eventually, even that gave way to rugged, uneven dirt paths. It felt like I was entering another world, isolated from civilization. By the time I parked my car at the edge of the dense woods, daylight was fading. I gathered my gear tent, food, flashlight, map, and stepped onto the narrow trail leading deep into the forest. The first 2 days were exactly what I'd hoped for. The forest was breathtakingly beautiful, dense clusters of pines, the fresh scent of damp earth, and a silence so deep it felt almost unnatural. During the day, I hiked steadily, navigating winding paths, pausing occasionally to admire the untouched beauty of the wilderness. At night, I'd pitch my small tent and fall asleep quickly beneath the stars, comforted by the rustling of leaves and the gentle murmur of nearby streams. By the third morning, I felt refreshed and confident, deciding to venture even deeper into the woods. According to my map, there was a secluded lake several miles ahead. I packed up my campsite quickly, eager to explore further. Yet as I began walking, something felt subtly different. It was hard to place at first, just a vague unease at the back of my mind. The forest was still peaceful, yet it seemed quieter, no birdsong, no breeze rustling the trees, just a heavy, unsettling silence. I shook off the strange feeling and continued forward, dismissing my anxiety as paranoia from isolation. After a couple of hours, I stopped briefly for water and a snack. That's when I heard it for the first time, the soft, distinct crunch of leaves from behind me. Instantly I turned, heart suddenly racing, scanning the path I'd just walked. There was no one, only shadows shifting between trees, leaves falling slowly to the ground. I held my breath, listening carefully. Nothing. Shaking my head, I convinced myself it must have been an animal, perhaps a deer or a rabbit. Still, the peace I'd felt earlier had vanished, replaced by a faint, lingering tension. I resumed hiking, moving faster now, eager to reach the lake before evening. Yet, as I continued, the uneasy feeling only intensified. Soon I became aware of every sound, the crunching of dry leaves beneath my boots, the gentle swish of my backpack against my shoulders, my own rapid breathing. Then again, the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me, distant yet deliberate, matching my pace precisely. I stopped abruptly, the sudden silence deafening. Turning slowly, I looked back again, eyes darting from tree to tree, searching desperately for movement. Still, I saw nothing, no sign of human presence, or any wildlife that could explain what I'd heard. "Hello?" I called out cautiously, my voice echoing strangely through the quiet forest. "Is someone there?" Silence answered me. My skin prickled with unease. I took a deep breath, feeling foolish. Maybe I really was paranoid, imagining things because I'd been alone too long. Still, I couldn't dismiss the uneasy feeling in my gut. Without thinking, I increased my pace, practically jogging down the trail, eager to put distance between myself and whatever had triggered my fear. Yet no matter how fast I moved, the footsteps continued always behind me, always matching my rhythm exactly. Each time I glanced back, the trail was empty, haunted only by fading echoes of movement I couldn't quite pinpoint. Whoever was following remained hidden, always just beyond my line of sight, lurking quietly in the shadows. Hours passed with no respite. My nerves felt frayed, panic rising steadily within me. Finally, desperate to escape my unseen pursuer, I turned sharply off the trail, cutting through dense underbrush, hoping to confuse or lose whoever or whatever was following. Branches scratched my face, tangled brush tugged at my clothing, yet fear pushed me onward relentlessly. Emerging into a small clearing, I paused briefly, gasping for breath, and strained to listen. At first, all I heard was my pounding heartbeat and uneven breathing. Then, faintly at first, the footsteps returned slow, methodical, carefully following the exact path I'd just taken through the brush. Cold dread filled me. Whoever this was knew exactly where I'd gone, never hesitating, always tracking me perfectly. I backed away, hands trembling, heart hammering painfully in my chest. "Leave me alone!" I shouted into the emptiness, desperation coloring my voice. "I know you're there." Silence again. No response, no acknowledgement, only the heavy, suffocating quiet of the forest. Feeling vulnerable, exposed in the open clearing, I quickly turned and ran back toward the original path, sprinting blindly toward where I'd intended to camp that night. Panic blurred my thoughts. I moved on instinct alone, driven by primal fear. Reaching my planned campsite near dusk, I hastily pitched my tent, hands shaking so violently I could barely secure the stakes. Every sound startled me, branches snapping, leaves rustling, distant echoes of movement that might be real or imagined. Finally, as darkness fully descended, I zipped myself into the small tent, breathing heavily, listening carefully for any sign of pursuit. Minutes dragged by slowly, agonizingly. Then I heard it clearly. The footsteps approached, deliberate and unhurried, closing in on my campsite. My breath caught sharply. The footsteps paused inches outside my thin tent walls. I could sense their presence, the unmistakable feeling of someone standing just beyond the nylon fabric. Terrified, I sat motionless, every muscle tense, holding my breath as I waited helplessly. Seconds turned into minutes, minutes into hours. Yet whoever stood there didn't move, didn't speak, didn't even breathe audibly. The forest had fallen utterly silent again. No animals, no wind, just oppressive, unnatural stillness. I sat frozen, heart pounding in my ears, waiting desperately for anything to happen, for them to leave, to speak, to attack. Anything would be better than this unbearable silent standoff. But nothing came. Slowly, the night crept forward, darkness deepening outside my tent, swallowing every faint hint of light. At some point, sheer exhaustion overcame my fear, and I slipped into a shallow, restless sleep, haunted by nightmares of being followed, chased endlessly through dark, twisted woods. Even in my dreams, I could feel those unseen eyes watching me, tracking my every move, waiting patiently in the darkness. When I finally opened my eyes again, pale dawn seeped weakly through the fabric of my tent. Silence greeted me once more. Slowly, I unzipped the tent flap, heart racing. The campsite was empty, undisturbed, yet the feeling of being watched hadn't faded. Deep in my gut, I knew the nightmare wasn't over yet. I climbed out of my tent, shivering slightly as the morning chill settled into my bones. Pale sunlight filtered weakly through the dense canopy above, casting long, distorted shadows across the damp earth. Even in daylight, the forest felt different now, darker somehow, less welcoming than before. A tense, watchful silence hung thickly around me, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. I glanced cautiously around my campsite, looking for any evidence that someone else had been here. At first, I saw nothing unusual, just my tent, my hastily built fire pit, my backpack leaning against a tree. But as I stepped closer, a sudden wave of nausea swept through me. My pack had been moved. Only slightly, perhaps just a few inches, but I knew exactly where I'd left it, and this wasn't the same spot. My pulse quickened, the realization hitting hard. Someone had been here, watching me sleep, silently intruding on my campsite while I'd been unaware, vulnerable. A cold, helpless fear settled deep inside me, making my stomach twist violently. I felt violated, unsafe, in a way I'd never experienced before. I quickly packed up, hands trembling as I folded my tent and stuffed it hastily into my backpack. My thoughts raced, panic mixing with desperate attempts to remain rational. The lake I'd been heading toward was only another hour's hike, according to my map. Maybe if I got there, I could find other campers, someone else to help or protect me. Leaving the site behind, I moved forward quickly, glancing nervously behind me every few moments. Yet each time I turned, the trail stretched empty and quiet, no visible sign of my stalker. But the sense of being watched never faded, never weakened, even slightly. It pressed against my skin, a constant, oppressive presence I couldn't shake. As I walked, the quiet felt overwhelming. No birds sang, no insects buzzed, only the lonely sound of my footsteps echoed softly in the stillness. I soon noticed my hands shaking uncontrollably, every snapping twig or rustling leaf causing my heart to lurch painfully. After nearly an hour, I reached the clearing beside the small lake, relief flooding me briefly at the sight of open water. But the relief vanished instantly. There was nobody else here, no other campers, no boats, nothing but silence and still water reflecting a gray, overcast sky. Despair threatened to overtake me, but I forced myself to stay calm. I set up camp again near the water's edge, thinking that being out in the open might make me feel safer, less exposed. Yet the persistent feeling of eyes watching from the trees grew stronger, more tangible. I felt helpless, knowing that whoever had been following me still lingered nearby. I sat down by the lake, gripping a heavy stick I'd picked up as protection, scanning the tree line repeatedly for any sign of movement. Hours passed in tense, miserable silence. By late afternoon, exhaustion began to overwhelm my fear. Perhaps, I thought, if I just got some rest, I could think clearly, formulate a better plan. But sleep was impossible. The anxiety refused to let me rest. Instead, I sat still, eyes wide, ears straining to hear even the smallest sound. Then, as dusk approached, my heart lurched. Across the clearing, partially obscured by shadows, a figure emerged slowly from the thick trees, tall, motionless, watching. My blood turned cold instantly. I couldn't see their face clearly, but their presence was unmistakable, patient, ominous, utterly calm. "Who are you?" I called out, voice trembling uncontrollably. "What do you want?" No answer. The figure didn't move, didn't react. It simply stood there, watching silently. Panic surged within me. I scrambled to my feet, gripping the heavy stick tighter, adrenaline flooding my body. "Leave me alone," I shouted desperately, voice echoing across the empty lake. "Just leave." Still, no movement, no response, just the silent, unmoving figure staring intently in my direction. My fear intensified sharply, overwhelming any rational thought. I turned suddenly, sprinting toward the nearest path leading away from the lake, deeper into the unknown woods. I ran blindly, without direction or plan, driven solely by terror and instinctive need to escape. Branches tore painfully at my clothes. Roots caught my feet repeatedly, nearly sending me sprawling across the uneven ground. I didn't care. I kept running, gasping desperately for air, tears blurring my vision, heart pounding painfully in my chest. Eventually, exhaustion forced me to stop, collapsing breathlessly against a tree, knees trembling violently beneath me. The forest around me felt darker now, twilight quickly fading into deeper shadows. I struggled to catch my breath, desperately trying to orient myself. I'd lost all sense of direction. The paths I'd carefully mapped were gone, replaced by endless, unfamiliar darkness pressing inward. And then, horrifyingly, I heard footsteps again, the same steady, calm steps approaching carefully, crunching leaves softly beneath them. Panic surged anew. Without thinking, I pressed myself flat against the tree, breathing shallowly, hoping desperately to remain unnoticed in the darkness. The footsteps paused briefly, terrifyingly close. Silence stretched agonizingly, my pulse racing so loudly I feared it would betray my location. I held my breath, hands shaking violently, every muscle in my body tense. Then the footsteps resumed, slowly fading into the distance. I exhaled shakily, relieved yet painfully aware that I'd narrowly escaped discovery. Shaken and exhausted, I knew I needed to find shelter immediately. The forest was pitch black now, night fully upon me. I stumbled forward, eventually finding a fallen tree partially hollowed at the base, just enough space to squeeze into. Crawling inside, I curled tightly, gripping my makeshift weapon desperately, too afraid to sleep, too exhausted to stay fully awake. All night, I lay there quietly, listening anxiously for any hint of movement nearby. Occasionally, the wind whispered softly through the branches, sounding disturbingly like footsteps approaching again. Yet no one appeared, no one spoke or moved inly, the endless darkness surrounding me. When dawn finally broke through the trees, my body ached painfully from tension and cramped position. Slowly, cautiously, I emerged from my hiding place, wary of any sound or movement. Yet everything remained silent and empty. No trace of the stalker who had terrified me so completely the day before. Determined to escape, I unfolded my map, desperately trying to pinpoint my location. After several frustrating attempts, I realized I'd fled miles from my original route, lost entirely within unfamiliar territory. Panic threatened again, but I forced myself to remain calm. The only choice left was to keep moving, hoping to find familiar landmarks eventually. I walked slowly, nerves frayed and alert, constantly glancing behind, expecting the shadowy figure to appear again any moment. Hours passed quietly. Slowly, hope crept back. The stalker hadn't returned yet. Maybe they'd finally given up. But just as I allowed myself that small comfort, something ahead stopped me abruptly. Carved crudely into the bark of a large tree was my name, freshly etched, the wood still damp and splintered. My stomach turned violently. Whoever had followed me wasn't finished yet. My nightmare in the woods was far from over. Seeing my name carved crudely into the tree trunk made my blood run cold. My knees weakened, and for a moment, I felt as if I might collapse right there on the forest floor. But I forced myself to remain standing, staring at the freshly cut letters with a sickening feeling twisting in my stomach. Whoever was following me wasn't just watching, they wanted me to know it. They were toying with me, carefully guiding me exactly where they wanted me to go. Fear surged through my veins, but beneath it, a spark of anger flared to life. I was exhausted, terrified, and deeply unsettled, but I couldn't let fear completely control me. If I was going to escape this nightmare, I had to stay focused, remain calm, and figure out how to get out of this forest alive. I took a shaky breath, trying desperately to recall the layout of the woods from the map I'd studied earlier. My hands trembled as I pulled the wrinkled map from my backpack again, scanning frantically for any landmark or clue that might guide me back towards safety. Eventually, I spotted a small river I'd passed on the first day, a river that, if I followed it downstream, would eventually lead back to the logging road where I'd parked my car. Determined, I quickly oriented myself as best I could and set off toward where I hoped to find the river. My pace was brisk, driven by adrenaline, constantly scanning the trees around me for movement. Every small sound made me jump, but I pressed forward, refusing to slow down. Finally, after nearly an hour of walking, I heard the soft, reassuring sound of flowing water. Relief flooded through me, momentarily easing the anxiety gripping my heart. I quickened my pace, stumbling through dense undergrowth until the river came into view, a winding ribbon of clear water cutting through the forest. For a brief moment, I allowed myself a glimmer of hope, but it vanished quickly, replaced by renewed panic as the familiar crunch of footsteps echoed softly behind me. I spun around instantly, eyes wide, heart racing uncontrollably. Across the small clearing, standing calmly in the shadows, was the figure again. This time, however, they stepped slowly forward into the weak sunlight, revealing their face for the first time. He was a man, perhaps in his mid-40s, with sharp features and cold, intense eyes. He stared at me silently, expression unreadable, yet disturbingly calm. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, voice shaking uncontrollably, backing away instinctively toward the riverbank. For a long moment, he didn't reply, simply watched me with detached interest. Finally, he spoke, his voice quiet, oddly gentle yet chilling. "Because I can. Because out here nobody can stop me." His words filled me with dread. He wasn't merely stalking me, was playing a cruel, twisted game, confident in his power. My fear intensified sharply, but beneath it, I felt anger rising again, strong enough now to push back against the terror. "No," I replied defiantly, forcing my voice steady. "You're wrong. I'll get out of here. People know where I am. They'll come looking." He smiled faintly, as if amused by my defiance. "No one is coming. I've watched you since you arrived. You're alone. That's why I chose you." His words stung, but I refused to let him break me completely. I glanced toward the river, calculating quickly if I could cross it, put distance between us. Maybe I could lose him in the thicker woods on the opposite side. Without another word, I turned suddenly, sprinting toward the water. Behind me, I heard him move instantly, footsteps rapid now, closing in quickly. Adrenaline surged through me as I reached the riverbank and plunged into the icy water, stumbling over slippery stones beneath the surface. Cold water soaked through my clothes instantly, shocking my senses, nearly stealing my breath away. I pushed forward desperately, scrambling up the muddy embankment on the opposite side, soaked, shivering, but alive. Looking back briefly, I saw him hesitate at the river's edge, eyes narrowed in frustration. A faint sense of victory filled me. I had gained distance, I had a chance. Without pausing, I plunged into the thicker woods on the other side, pushing my exhausted body relentlessly forward. Each step felt harder than the last, muscles aching, lungs burning, but fear kept me moving. I refused to stop or slow down, knowing that the second I did, he'd catch up again. Minutes stretched into hours, my feet blistered painfully, my clothes clung uncomfortably to my chilled skin, but gradually I noticed the forest beginning to thin, becoming more familiar. The logging road was nearby. I recognized the curve of trees ahead. My heart surged with hope. Finally, exhausted and trembling, I emerged onto the familiar dirt road, relief flooding through me so powerfully I nearly cried. My car was parked exactly where I'd left it days before, waiting patiently in the fading daylight. Fumbling frantically with the keys, I unlocked the door, threw myself inside, and locked it immediately, breathing heavily. Only then did I allow myself a quick glance backward, half expecting him to emerge from the trees again, but the road remained empty, quiet. With shaking hands, I started the car, tires spinning slightly as I accelerated away from the forest that had nearly become my grave. The drive back toward civilization felt surreal, a dreamlike escape from a nightmare I still couldn't fully process. When I finally reached the nearest town, I immediately went to the police, recounting my ordeal. They took my story seriously, promising to investigate thoroughly, though I could see in their eyes they doubted they'd find anything concrete. After all, what proof did I have except my own terror? Months later, after I'd settled back into the safety of my normal life, the police contacted me again. They'd found evidence of someone living deep in those woods, a makeshift shelter, personal belongings, even notes referencing other hikers he'd watched and followed. They assured me he'd likely fled the area, realizing his hiding place had been discovered. Still, the news chilled me deeply, knowing that others had endured the same fear, the same violation I'd experienced. Eventually, Though the nightmares faded, the memories lingered clearly, each moment permanently etched into my mind. Yet instead of feeling powerless, I drew strength from surviving such an ordeal. I'd faced true horror, confronted it directly, and escaped alive. 1 year later, I returned briefly to the forest, not alone, but with a group of friends, determined to reclaim the place that had haunted my dreams. Standing by the river where I'd made my desperate escape, I felt strangely calm, stronger now. I'd survived after all. I wouldn't allow fear to control me forever. Leaving the woods again, surrounded by people who cared deeply, I finally felt closure. The man who had stalked me never returned, never appeared again in any police reports or news stories. He became nothing more than a dark chapter in my life, frightening, unforgettable, yet ultimately powerless. I had faced the darkest parts of human nature, endured unimaginable fear, but emerged stronger and wiser. Now, at last, I was truly free, no longer haunted by the shadow of the man who followed me in the woods.